Cubs fans, it's time for Chicago Cubs Spring Training Baseball.
Grand slam for Chris Bryant.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score.
2-2 from Arrieta. Strike three ball.
Presented by Agera Energy, Benjamin Moore, Vinny's Beverage Depot, Menards, Woodfield Nissan, and Xfinity.
Cubs win.
And now, let's head to the ballpark for all the play-by-play action.
I wish all of you could be right here at this moment.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, the new official radio home of Chicago Cubs baseball.
Spring training greetings from Salt River Fields at Talking Stick in Scottsdale, Arizona. Cactus League action continues today. The Chicago Cubs take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hi again, everyone, along with Ron Coomer, and in for Pat Hughes, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs 3 games into the Cactus League schedule, 1-2, after dropping a 4-2 decision to the Cincinnati Reds yesterday in Mesa. They will have right-hander Adam Warren on the mound to start the ball game. The Diamondbacks come in at 2-2. Left-hander Patrick Corbin will throw for them. The weather, gorgeous once again. 77 degrees, mostly cloudy. They're expecting a sellout crowd here today at Salt River Fields. And I guess, Ron Coomer, the theme of the day today, newcomers. I mentioned Adam Warren, acquired from the New York Yankees in the Starlin Castro trade. And a couple of the big free agent signings will be featured today. Jason Hayward and Ben Zobrist both in the Cubs lineup.
Yeah, it will be fun to watch these guys play in a Cubs uniform. For me, Warren is really battling for that 5th spot in the rotation, so that'll be interesting to watch him throw. He's had some very good times with the New York Yankees. Obviously, that was a big trade for the Cubs, moving Starlin Castro to New York. And then, obviously, Hayward, a huge sign for the Chicago Cubs, brings a lot to the table, offense, defense. All we've heard, Lenny, has been phenomenal things about Hayward early here in spring. And then Ben Zobrist has been that consummate professional guy who's going to be the second baseman for the Cubs the way it's looking right now, opening day. And it's going to be fun to see the new guys playing here against a very good Diamondbacks ball club.
Absolutely, and we will see the Diamondbacks on the very first road trip in early April. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups, the first pitch, and all the action coming up on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Molly and Hanley here mornings 5 till 9. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on 670 The Score.
Hey, this is Chris Hardwick, TV and internet enthusiast, which is exactly why I'm here to talk to you about your TV and your internet. There are a lot of entertainment companies claiming to have the best service, but when all their ads are saying the same thing, what can you believe? Here's an idea. Don't believe any of it. See for yourself. Introducing the Xfinity X1 Challenge. It's time to see how Xfinity X1 stacks up against the competition in head-to-head challenges to find out which service is better, yours or X1. X1 has a remote that you can speak into, on-demand shows to go, and Xfinity Internet is the fastest, but don't take my word for it. Take the X1 Challenge and see how X1 stacks up against the competition.
See how your service stacks up at Xfinity.com/challenge. Or now until March 20th, try Xfinity with a special offer on Xfinity TV, Internet, and your choice of Xfinity Home or Voice for $89.99 a month for a year with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $400 prepaid card. Call 1-800-XFINITY or go online today. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees, including broadcast TV and RSN fees, extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
What does an impact sound like? I had a dream pregnancy. No morning sickness, and I never lacked energy. Even my delivery was smooth. But then I found myself in the ICU.
Maria had placenta accreta. This extremely rare and dangerous condition only affects 1 in 2,500 new mothers. But the team at Northwestern Medicine Lake Forest Hospital didn't miss a beat getting Maria back to her newborn.
Our team delivered a healthy baby and soon after, a healthy mother. Northwestern Medicine. Learn more at impacteverydaynm.org.
What does an impact sound like?
Sitting down isn't really my thing, but severe leg pain made running impossible. With my future as a triathlete in jeopardy, I'm so thankful my team at Northwestern Medicine Central DuPage Hospital kept me on track.
As an endurance athlete, I understood Sarah's condition and her worries about training. We treated her piriformis syndrome with an accurately guided muscle injection, leaving her pain-free and ready to face the Ironman Championship.
Getting her back to full speed took a team who slowed down to listen. Northwestern Medicine. Learn more at impacteverydaynm.org.
Cubs and the Diamondbacks in a Cactus League matchup. And let's get today's starting lineups first for the Cubs, written out by their manager, Joe Madden. Leading off and playing center field, Dexter Fowler. Batting second and playing second, Ben Zobrist. Hitting in the 3 spot today, the right fielder, Jason Hayward. Addison Russell, who homered on Friday, will hit cleanup and play short. Tommy La Stella will man third and bat fifth. David Ross is the catcher. He'll bat sixth. Cubs using the designated hitter once again today. That's Dan Vogelbach. He'll bat seventh. Juan Perez will play left and hit eighth. Batting ninth, playing first, Christopher Negron. Cubs starting pitcher, right-hander Adam Warren. Now for the Diamondbacks, their second-year manager, Chip Hale, wrote out the following lineup today. A.J. Pollock will play center field and lead off. Newcomer Gene Segura, former Brewer, will play short and hit second. Perennial MVP candidate Paul Goldschmidt will bat third and play first. Jake Lamb is at third, hitting fourth. Peter O'Brien is in left field, batting fifth. Socrates Brito is in right, in the sixth spot. Chris Owings is going to play second and hit seventh. Zach Borenstein, a Chicago area native, will be the D-backs designated hitter. He'll hit eighth. And Tuffy Gosewish, the catcher, will bat ninth. Left-hander Patrick Corbin will pitch for the Diamondbacks. I mentioned Adam Warren making his Cub debut here today. Came over from the Yankees in the Starlin Castro deal. I had a chance to catch up with Chris Bosio, the Cubs pitching coach, and he gave us a quick scouting report on the right-hander.
You know, he's going to be hitting the spots today with his fastball, mixed in the breaking ball and the changeup anytime, breaking ball anytime. He's matched up today with Rossi, so I'm looking for him to fill up the zone and probably a lot of early swings on him because of the scouting report on him.
Ron, I read somewhere these Ben Zobrist of pitchers, Adam Warren can really do it all. He can pitch in long relief, short relief. He can start, and the Cubs are very, very happy to have him.
They really are. He's had success at both roles. He had great success as a bullpen guy for New York. He got some starts for the Yankees last year, and I believe you brought this up yesterday in talking about him. Is there were a lot of people in New York saying he was the most valuable pitcher they had last year. As Boz was talking about getting a lot of early swings because he fills up the strike zone with all his pitches. So it'll be fun to watch the competition, to me, as spring training progresses, on who's going to end up getting that fifth spot. And Warren, definitely one of those guys in the short mix of guys that could get that job.
So the Diamondbacks have taken the field, and a big crowd, again, a sellout here. This is a beautiful facility. The Diamondbacks and the Rockies share this particular spring training facility, and it's one of the nicer ones in the Cactus League. We are biased, of course, because of Sloan Park, but they did a really nice job here in Scottsdale.
It is a beautiful facility. Earlier today, we were next door talking to the Diamondbacks broadcasters, and we were talking about the old Vero Beach facility with no roofs on the dugouts not too long ago.
Yeah, I remember.
Compared to what this is and what we have at Sloan Park. Pretty amazing what they've done here in the Valley, and this being one of the best ones.
It opened in 2011. It seats 11,000 fans. Big berms in left and in right, and they are packed here today as switch-hitting Dexter Fowler will start it for the Cubs against left-hander Patrick Corbin. 16 starts last year following Tommy John surgery. Fowler will hit right-handed. Umpires today, Ron Kulpa back at the plate calling balls and strikes. On the bases, Jim Reynolds, Ben May, and Stu Sherwater. Diamondbacks wearing their Sedona red tops with white pants. Cubs with the blue tops and gray pants. Here we go. Lefty to righty and a strike called. Corbin to Fowler. Good to see Dexter Fowler back in a Cubs uniform. He'll be followed by Zobrist and Hayward. The next offering on the way is bounced up the middle, deflecting off the glove of Corbin and to the second baseman Owings, who will fire to Goldschmidt in time. 2 pitches and 1 out. Ron, the Diamondbacks are very high on Patrick Corbin and now removed from elbow reconstruction. And pitching could be the big key to their success this year.
Well, it really does. We know, and we'll talk about today, their offense. They catch the ball pretty well and have tried to solidify that. But it's guys like Corbin that are going to make or break their season here in Arizona.
Ben Zobrist takes strike 1 at the belt. 34 years old. He's bigger than I thought. 6'3", 210. 2-time All-Star with Tampa Bay. And he bounces foul past Gary Jones down at third base.
Just that statement alone, Len, tells you what the league thinks of Ben Zobrist, because he's played multiple positions at an extremely high level in the major leagues. And to be a 2-time All-Star and to have bounced around positions just tells you the kind of player this guy is.
The next offering bounces. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Zobrist. Just underway. On another beautiful day here in Arizona. Corbin gets his sign from his catcher. Here he comes to the plate, and it's low. Zobrist checked his swing on appeal to first. Jason Hayward waits on deck. Cubs still have not really gotten it going offensively, although we're only 3 games in. They're batting .185 as a club. 2-2, swung on and missed. Ball pops out of the mitt of Gosewicz, but he retrieves and throws to first for the out. 2 down. And here is Jason Hayward.
Well, that last slider down and in to Zobrist, and that's what the Diamondbacks and Mike Butcher will be watching for with Corbin. After, as you said, Lenny, the Tommy John surgery and him coming back. And, you always wonder what kind of snap on the breaking ball are guys going to have with that sharp slider, and does he get the velocity back? I think the slider's the last thing for guys that comes back.
Fastball pops the mitt, 93 and a strike on Hayward. Lefty versus lefty here. Hayward, 26 years old and already 6 years in the majors as he looks at a pitch low. And it's 1-1. Signed an 8-year contract, the largest in Cubs history. Low again. 2 balls and a strike. He's just a really good baseball player, does everything well. Corbin not taking much time between pitches, and Hayward swings and fouls back out of play. Probably the only thing that you might look at and wonder if there's a little more in there is the power game as a corner outfielder. But with all the home run power in this lineup, Ron, I don't think there's a lot of pressure on Jason to hit a ton of home runs. They'll gladly take it as he checks his swing and fouls again.
No, I would have to think that that's going to change a little bit too. I think the combination of John Maley and a couple things, what he brings to the table as a hitting coach and the way he teaches and what he wants his hitters to do, along with Hayward understanding what it's like to hit Wrigley Field, we're going to see more home runs out of Hayward.
Vicious cut there, and he fouled straight back. Still 2-2.
Would you think 25 home runs would be out of the realm of possibility for sure for Hayward here in the next couple of years?
Oh, it's very possible. He's done it before. He hit 27 back in 2012 with the Braves. The next pitch is low, and it's full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Russell would hit next if Hayward reaches. Wind, not much of a factor. If anything, it's blowing out. And the payoff pitch hit off the end of the bat, but out into very deep right center. And on the warning track, Brito will make the catch about 380 feet from home plate. Ron, he didn't even hit that off the meat of the bat, and he nearly got it out.
Well, that's the big thing. His contact point out in front, good extension, just misses that ball, and it almost ends up in the berm in right center field.
So the Cubs go down 1-2-3 in the top of the first, with the Diamondbacks coming up on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Boers and Bernstein here. Afternoons 1 to 6. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
It's a great time to update your kitchen with big savings at Menards. Stop by your local Menards to check out our huge selection of major kitchen appliances. They're all on sale. Add a stylish look to your kitchen with a new range hood from Brown. Get a 30-inch stainless steel finish for only $159. Hurry in for the best selection of major kitchen appliances. On sale this week at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
QL1, this is Control. Ground crew is secure. Over.
Copy that, Control. Rocket's powering up. Over.
QL1, this is Control. Does Rocket Mortgage require me to fill out a bunch of paperwork?
Negative, Control. Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that quickly and seamlessly imports your financial data. You can go through the entire mortgage approval process in minutes.
Copy that, QL1. That is fast, like rocket fast. Do you think that's why they named it Rocket Mortgage? Over.
Affirmative, Control. That's probably why they named it Rocket Mortgage. It also works on any internet-ready device, so you can get a Rocket Mortgage at any time or place you choose.
Roger that, QL1. So technically speaking, you could get a Rocket Mortgage at rocket speed from inside an actual rocket?
Please just press the button, Control. Over.
Copy that, QL1.
3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button. Get mortgage.
Rocket. Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Never strike out with Gold Coast Bank's high-yield money market account and fast local lending decisions. Visit goldcoastbank.net today. Again, that's goldcoastbank.net.
New Bern, North Carolina. Went to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. 4th-round pick of the Yankees in 2009, and his first pitch is a fastball. Inside corner on A.J. Pollock. Cubs battery today, Warren and Ross. Segura and Goldschmidt also due here in the Diamondbacks first. Breaking ball is low and away. Probably 2 innings for Warren, as we've seen from most of the, quote, starting pitchers to begin the Cactus League. Here it comes. Pollock lines one to right, and it's going to land just foul out of play.
Well, Warren's going to be a guy, Lenny, that's going to feature a couple different things with his fastball alone. He's going to run it in like that last pitch where he runs it into the right-hander, two-seamer. He throws a little bit of a cut fastball where he'll get around it and try to shoot the outside corner. And then more of a slider. But as we heard in the pregame show with Boz after you talked to him, he loads up the strike zone with every pitch. So he's going to be fun to watch throw the baseball.
Ahead in the count, 1-2, and he just missed strike 3. Fastball off the edge. David Ross, I think, asking Ron Kulpa, where did you see that one? And Kulpa said, outside. 2-2, a tapper toward third. It's going to be barehanded by Warren. Off balance throw to first. He got him. A nice athletic play by the Cubs pitcher.
Boy, outstanding play as he comes off the mound, kind of halfway between third base, the mound, and the third base line. And that was very athletic. He barehands that ball and wheels and throws. So obviously he's going to be one of those guys that's going to be able to field his position pretty well.
Now Gene Segura in a battle with Miguel Montero for the Cactus League batting title. He's 5 for 6 already as he fouls away. Did you know the winner of the batting title out here gets a new iPad?
A new iPad?
I read that yesterday. Miggy said, I already have 2 of those. He's batting 1,000. The 0-1 pitch to Segura. This is low. Interesting acquisition from Milwaukee. They already have a shortstop, one of the better defenders in the game today, Nick Ahmed. But it looks like Segura will figure in at second and short. They've got Owings, Ahmed, and now Segura. The pitch. Ground ball towards center and a base hit. He's 6 out of 7.
I just don't know if I'd ever put it this way. I never got off to that kind of start in spring, but I sure didn't want to waste my hits early in spring training. But Segura off to a great start along with Miguel for the Cubs. But he's going to be one of those guys, Lenny, that can add offense to the club. There is no doubt for the Diamondbacks.
Nice hand for Paul Goldschmidt. Runner at first. 1 out, bottom of the opening inning, 0-0. Good lead by Segura. He has excellent speed and in the dirt outside on Goldschmidt. The Diamondbacks are managed by Chip Hale. This is his second season. Dave McKay, the former Cubs coach, is down at first. Matt Williams back with the Diamondbacks as their third base coach after 2 years as the Nationals skipper. Fastball outside. And it's 2-0. You mentioned this yesterday, and I think you're right. Paul Goldschmidt might be the most underrated player in the big leagues today.
Boy, he can really do a lot of things, and you make one mistake, and he can hit the ball a long way. This guy has just got a great approach at the plate.
Fastball low. 3-0.
Warren's gone with that cut fastball the first few pitches. Goldschmidt trying to stay away from him. See if he runs something inside.
Negron holding on Segura. The pitch is lined to left and caught by Perez. Top spin liner on a 3-0 pitch, and Warren gets Goldschmidt 2 down.
Well, we talked about him coming inside. That one probably got a little too much of the plate. Goldschmidt hit it with a little top spin, and that's what kept it in the ballpark. But once again, Warren is not a guy that's going to walk a bunch of guys, so he's going to come after the hitters and make them put the ball in play.
Now Jake Lamb, the third baseman. That's lefty. Warren now set and fires to first, runner back. The Diamondbacks have new uniforms. The color scheme is the same as what they had, black and Sedona red. But they will have 8 different uniform combination options. Low for a ball. They have brought back some teal. They have a unique, very dark gray road uniform and what they're calling a sublimated diamond pattern adorning the shoulder, back, sleeve, and pant leg on various uniforms. Strike called.
Now, do you see the backs of their pants, the white pants they're wearing today, have that sublimated, what did you call it?
Well, it's Sedona red, and
yeah.
It kind of has that snakeskin look. You can't really tell far away, but you get an up-close look. Line shot out into right center, and it's going to get to the wall. Segura likely will score. Hayward retrieves. Segura to the plate, and the Diamondbacks lead 1-0 on the Jake Lamb RBI double.
Well, that pitch ends up in the zone about mid-thigh in the middle of the plate. And Lamb just put a good swing on it, split the gap in right center field. Hayward tried to cut it off at the beginning, and here in Arizona, these fields are hard and fast, and that ball just shot to the gap in right center. So you make a mistake here in Phoenix, and you pay the price, that's for sure.
That will bring up Peter O'Brien. He's playing left. 1-0, Arizona. Runner at second, 2 outs, and the pitch by Warren. Strike one. A single, a double, and the first run of the ball game here for the Diamondbacks in the opening frame. Warren with a quick look at the runner at second. Now the pitch, it's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Cubs will open the season at the Angels. 2-game series there, then they'll head here for 4. Fouled back to the net. 1-2. April 4th and 5th on the West Coast. Off day on a Wednesday, which is pretty rare. And then Thursday, April 7th through Sunday, April 10th at Chase Field before the Cubs head home for their Wrigley Field opener on Monday, April the 11th. That will be against the Cincinnati Reds. Now Warren steps off before 1-2.
Warren still trying to get a little feel for that cut fastball. He's left a couple of them up in the zone, and they've both been hit.
A kick, the 1-2, downstairs for a ball. 2-2. Cubs have their opening day double play combo together today with Ben Zobrist at second, Addison Russell playing short. Here's a pitch. Fouled off first base side.
I would think with that combination up the middle, we'll see them playing together a lot in spring training. I know those two guys have never played together before this season, obviously, so they're going to spend a lot of time on that half field early in spring. I know they spend a lot of time just working together, getting a little feel for what each other likes around the bag and your, working pivots and things like that and feeds. So we'll see them a lot as spring moves on.
Swinging a ground ball up the middle into center. That's a base hit. Lamb will round third and score. O'Brien with an RBI base hit, and it's now 2-0.
Well, Warren left that ball up in the zone just a little once again. Out over the plate, and O'Brien just hooks this ball back through the middle. David Ross was setting down and away. He got it away, but just left it up, and ends up being the second run of the inning here for the Diamondbacks.
That is their third hit. And now Socrates Brito. They really like him. He's only 23. Made his major league debut last year. Left-handed hitter. He shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes ball one. D-backs probably will have Yasmani Tomas as their opening day left fielder. A.J. Pollock in center. David Peralta in right. Bouncing ball to Zobrist, right side. Short throw to Negron, inning over. So the Diamondbacks get a couple of runs in the first inning, and after one, they lead the Cubs 2-0 on The Score in the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Spiegel and golf here weekdays 9 to 1. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Company. Why is it that when Monday mornings come,
the word company takes on a whole new meaning?
You say company and you can't help but go right to emails,
conference calls,
deadlines.
It's hard not to. Yet so easy to overlook that company can mean so much more.
Like it does outside of work.
With family, friends.
Monday through Friday, and for those who work weekends, the people around you are company.
They're the ones who inspire you, understand you,
listen to you.
They make the mornings palatable.
The commute, forgettable.
They have an office with a view,
but would rather spend more time in yours.
And when you have to leave your family so many days a week,
they make it a little easier.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois knows that when it doesn't feel like work, that's a healthy place to be. That's the right company to be in. And at Blue Cross, our job has always been to help you feel better about your job through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Are you overpaying on your utility bills? How would you know? Agera Energy, an energy market expert, helps businesses find the most affordable and competitive rates for their natural gas and electric needs. If you're a business owner in the Chicago area, visit ageraenergy.com right now and sign up today. That's AGERA energy.com. Energy to power your world. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Please visit Agera Energy's website at ageraenergy.com for additional information. Electric license 150330 and natural gas license 150342.
Matt Spiegel and Jason Goff here, weekdays 9 to 1. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score, your new radio home of the Cubs.
To start the second inning, Cubs are down early 2-0. Addison Russell, Tommy LaStella, and David Ross are due against southpaw Patrick Corbin. Corbin's first pitch to Russell is in there for a strike. Great to have with us in the booth Julian Green, the Cubs Vice President of Communications and Community Affairs. Julian, we want to talk to Cub fans about some of the different things they're going to see at the ballpark here in 2016. Russell bounces to third. Routine play, but Lamb, a bad throw to first, and it pulls Goldschmidt off the bag. That'll be an error on Jake Lamb, and the Cubs have an early runner in the second. Julia, nice to see you. Let's talk about Monday night, April 11th, 7:05 against the Cincinnati Reds. I'm a longtime Cub fan. I'm coming to Wrigley Field. What should I know?
Sure. I think many fans have heard over the past couple months that there's been an emphasis on safety and security. Security, I think, is at the foremost in terms very important to us, making sure that our fans are in a very safe environment. And so this year we're going to be implementing magnetometers or metal detectors that fans will be able to go through. And so we want to get sure we get a message out there about fans getting to the ballpark early, because this is going to be a new process for the organization.
1 ball, no strikes on Tommy LaStella. Russell being held by Goldschmidt. And a quick toss to first, and the runner is back. It's just something fans will have to get used to, maybe plan ahead a little bit, show up a few minutes earlier, and things will get streamlined, I think, as people get used to it.
Sure. Several teams, even outside of baseball, have done it. If you've been recently gone to a Bulls game or Blackhawks game, they've implemented the metal screening, and certainly we're probably one of the last teams.
Tommy LaStella with a towering fly ball, deep left center field, and it is off the top of the wall. Russell around third. He's going to be sent by Gary Jones. A relay throw is late. LaStella just missed a home run. As it is, it's an RBI double, and the Cubs are on the board.
Well, that ball is hit, and as you said, Lenny, LaStella hits this ball really well. And right above the 390 sign, the pad's going all around the wall, and then there's a fence right above that, about 2 feet. It hit right on the top of the pad and bounced straight up in the air, but a good swing by LaStella, and he drives in that first Cubs run.
So it's now 2-1, and it's David Ross.
Good timing, buddy.
Hey, I tell you what, Lynn, it's plays like that, we want to make sure fans get in the ballpark, because most people are waiting till Wayne Messmer sings the national anthem and they come across the street. You got to get to the ballpark pretty early so you can see these great plays from our players this season.
Here's Ross. An error and a double to start the inning, and Ross with a line drive the other way, but moving toward the line is Brito. He's got it. And LaStella will hold at second. So 1 out, and it's Dan Vogelbach. We should also mention regarding fan safety, all the ballparks in Major League Baseball are extending their netting to the edges of the dugouts. So that's another little subtle thing fans will notice when they come to Wrigley.
Absolutely. Last year we saw quite a few incidents across Major League Baseball to protect the fans and protect the environment, making sure that our fans are safe. We're extending our netting just like the other ballparks, so from to the end of each dugout on first base and third base side. And so we are working to make sure that we can find material. And I think we've done a real good job in terms of sourcing different material to make sure that it's a great experience for fans and doesn't block a lot of sight lines.
Well, Wrigley is such a great place to watch a ball game. I mean, literally, when you're that close, you feel like you're in the dugout when you're sitting next to the dugout. And the fan safety, I mean, the ball gets on you in a hurry or a broken bat. This is something that's been talked about in Major League Baseball for a while. And to be honest, as an ex-player, I'm really glad that they implemented this rule.
Vogelbach takes a strike. It's 0-2 on the Cubs' designated hitter.
You know, people don't realize it's a 3-acre ballpark in the middle of this densely populated neighborhood, and so there's no bad seat in the house, as we always say. But we want to make sure that the environment is safe, and I think our guys at ballpark operations have done a great job making sure that we do that year in, year out.
0-2. Vogelbach, a left-handed batter, and he waits, and he swings and misses for strike 3, 2 outs. New home clubhouse here in 2016. A lot of renovations that fans could see in 2015. A lot of the work in the offseason, not necessarily stuff inside the ballpark fans will see, but they will notice a lot of work near the corner of Clark and Waveland.
That's true. Probably not a lot of glitz and glam that they'll see as we did last season and introduced the video board in both the left and right field sides and the bleachers. This year, a lot of the work, most of the work happened underground. And the new clubhouse is just amazing. It's ahead of schedule. Our project team has done a really great job, and we're happy to give that to our players.
Juan Perez with a well-hit fly ball to deep left center, and it's over the head of O'Brien. Cubs will tie the ball game. La Stella scores on an RBI double by Juan Perez. That ball took off and was misjudged a little bit by O'Brien, and he could not make the play.
Lenny, a lot like yesterday, the ball really seems to be carrying to left field and left center. That ball hit by Perez, hit right on a button line drive. And O'Brien took one step back, and I think he felt like he had it judged, and that ball just took off, and it short hops the left center field wall at 390. So a bullet by Perez, and it comes tied a game.
So they take advantage of that error by Lamb to start the inning. Diamondbacks, known for their defense, that was their first error of the spring. Chris Negron, batting ninth, takes a pitch inside. Going back to a lot of 121st pitch starts on Friday, and I know Joe Madden wanted a little more continuity for his players, right? We will still see an occasional 305 start for national television, but most Fridays back at 120.
Hey, great relationship the front office has with the coaches and the players, and we want to continue that, listening to their needs, what's going to help them out. Obviously, we want to make sure that we accommodate them as best as possible, and I think obviously this is another example of both sides of the house working together. And so we want to make sure that, you know, if we can provide that continuity, that's something that's why we talk to them every year, to make sure that we get a schedule that works.
I really think that's vitally important for Cubs players, the staff. The schedule is what it is. There's so many games and travel and all of that. And players are such creatures of habit. I think that is a great plan by the Cubs front office to minimize the amount of start times that you have for the players' benefit. I think it's a great idea. I know Joe had talked about it, and for you guys to be able to make that happen is outstanding for the Cubs.
1-1 to Negron is fouled at the plate, and it's 1-2. Well, we are as excited as you could ever be for a season to start. We were talking with Theo yesterday, Julian, and I said there are so many smiles in that clubhouse, and I see it on the fans as well.
You know, I tell you that the past offseason has been amazing for us, the growth and the development in the organization. I remember first coming to this organization, and we had just finished the Baseball Academy in the Dominican Republic, and it is a fantastic facility. And now to have Sloan Park, which in our third year, breaking a lot of attendance records, had highest attended game on Friday, and then now we're getting ready to complete this beautiful clubhouse, complementing our entire suite of world-class facilities for these players. And you're absolutely right. I think we've delivered on the promises that we said to our players, and obviously we're working on the promise that to win a World Series for our fans. And so
the ultimate promise, right?
Absolutely, progress is being made, and promises are being kept. And so we're going to continue. So we're excited for a really great season to get started here.
Corbin with a wild pitch. That allows Perez to get to third. And a pitch to Negron, and he just got a piece of it. Gosowicz didn't catch it, so it's a foul ball. I believe it's 3-2. The board says 2-2, but in spring training it is always negotiable. We are not going to have a replay review to figure out the count. Ron, are we good at 3-2?
3-2.
Okay.
That's right, buddy.
2 runs in, 2-2 tie here in the second. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and that will end the inning. Julian Green, the Cubs VP of Communications and Community Affairs. Thanks so much for dropping by. I know it was tough for you to be here in Arizona with short sleeves on a gorgeous day like this.
Hey, well, listen, all credit due to the Ricketts family for, investing the resources, allowing us an opportunity to move forward as an organization, and I think fans are going to be excited about what's to come. And so thank you all, and make sure fans get to the ballpark early. We're going to be investing $500,000 in hiring part-time staff, training them, so we want to make sure that people understand there's probably going to be some delays, so get there early. We're going to work it out. There'll be a little kinks at first, but we'll make sure that we put our best foot forward.
We go to the bottom of the second. It's the Cubs 2 and the Diamondbacks 2 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on 670 The Score.
Hear that? That's the sound of you creating your own destiny. While others are waiting in line for brunch, you're spending Saturday in the garage. Because you went to AdvanceAutoParts.com, ordered a platinum battery with a 3-year replacement warranty, and picked it up in-store just 30 minutes later. Now, installing a battery isn't an all-day job, but what the brunch crowd doesn't know won't hurt it. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back to the garage. Visit AdvanceAutoParts.com to learn more.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage, $75 per month level rate for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110 per month, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rate guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Termbusters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote at 1-800-569-5440. That's 1-800-569-5440. You're probably paying more than you should. Call Termbusters, 1-800-569-5440, or visit our website at termbusters.net. Remember, 1-800-569-5440. Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting. Exam required to qualify. Never strike out with Gold Coast Bank's high-yield money market account and fast local lending decisions. Visit goldcoastbank.net today. Again, that's goldcoastbank.net. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Underway here in the bottom of the second inning. Chris Owings lofts a fly ball to right. Easy play, Jason Hayward, and he's got it for the out. 2-2 our score. Adam Warren in his second and final inning of work today.
See this inning if Warren can work with that cutter and get it down in the zone. Everybody, their first outing in spring training, new ball club, probably a little over pumped, left some pitches up in the zone, a little excited. See if he can get back to working that cutter and sinker down in the zone.
Left-handed hitting Zach Borenstein. He's the DH. Takes ball one. Borenstein went to Buffalo Grove High School and then Eastern Illinois University. 5 major league seasons with the Angels and the Diamondbacks, and a ground ball hit hard toward right. Diving stop, Negron. He'll flip to Warren in time, and they get him.
Boy, just an outstanding jump on the ball by Negron as a step and a dive, but really robs a base hit from Bornstein, and just a great play. Warren does a good job of getting to the bag. But that's an outstanding play, taking a hit away.
So 2 quick outs, and it's Tuffy Gosowich, the catcher, former Cub Wellington Castillo, likely will get most of the playing time back at the plate during the regular season. 2-2, bottom 2. Fastball downstairs, ball 1. We are also expected to see Rex Brothers Left-hander in camp at some point today. There is a lefty up in the bullpen, but I do not believe it's Brothers. Strike called, 1-1. Warren again, and it's low in the dirt. Ross will get a new baseball, 2-1.
Warren this inning's mixed in some changeups. We saw that last one. I think he's only thrown 2 or 3 changeups so far today.
Cubs came in through just 3 games, but with a 1.73 collective ERA. Line shot right field and into the bullpen. And that left-hander I told you was warming up actually made the catch. I believe it's Scott Barnes over from minor league camp. Count even at 2-2. Warren's pitch is sent softly on a line to center. Caught by Dexter Fowler to end the inning. So Warren, who gave up a couple of runs in the first inning, works a clean 1-2-3 second. So we go to the third. It's the Cubs 2 and the D-backs 2 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Mully and Hanley here mornings 5 to 9.
You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball
on 670 The Score.
Replace your outdated faucet with a new one from Menards. It's the perfect time to shop because this week all Delta kitchen faucets are on sale. Get the stainless steel finished Griffin High Arc kitchen faucet that comes with a matching side sprayer, or pick up the chrome finished Pixa that has a pull-out faucet. Both have a lifetime limited warranty and are your choice for only $99 each. Find these and other great deals this week at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
What if only one store in Chicago sold apples? Those would be some pretty expensive apples, right? Well, it's the same thing with energy providers. You want competition and the competitive pricing that comes with it. Agera Energy, an expert in the energy industry, helps businesses find the most competitive rates for their energy needs. Visit AgeraEnergy.com and sign up today. That's AGERA Energy.com. Energy to power your world. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Please visit Agera Energy's website at AgeraEnergy.com for additional information. Electric license 150330 and natural gas license 150342.
Hi, everybody. It's Pat Hughes broadcasting from Binny's Beverage Depot. What an amazing starting lineup. I'm looking out at over 6,000 wines from 30 countries, over 3,000 spirits, and over 2,500 beers. Wow, amazing. Plus, the all-star team at Binny's Beverage Depot are the most knowledgeable and friendly in the business. And the prices, they are the guaranteed lowest on every bottle, every day. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Mully here from the Mully and Hanley Show, mornings 5 to 9. Right now, you're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, let's go. Tickets are now on sale, Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there's a tremendous excitement leading up to the opener at Wrigley Field this year. Plan now to catch your favorite division rivals in your interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. Don't wait. Get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
New pitcher for the Diamondbacks, right-hander Randall Delgado. 2-2 as we start the third inning. Top of the order now for the Cubs, Fowler, Zobrist, and Hayward. From the wide, here's a pitch. Fowler with a high, deep drive, deep to right, and it will go. A home run. First pitch swinging, Dexter Fowler with his first homer of the spring, and the Cubs lead 3-2. He knew it right off the bat.
That looked like one of the drives I saw in golf yesterday. I mean, he teed off on that high fastball. Delgado left that ball up about belt high, and Dexter was ready for it. And we saw some of that last year. Dexter, for a leadoff hitter, has great pop in his bat. And, I mean, he teed off on that ball, hit it about 420 feet from home plate.
He hit a big home run in the wild card game against the Pirates Ben Zobrist takes ball one. Cubs with their first lead today. He hit it over the 390 marker, and it was probably about the equivalent of 6 or 7 rows back on the berm. Foul pop, first base side, Goldschmidt backpedaling near the rolled-up tarp, and he makes the grab for the out. One away here in the Cubs' third.
But what a threat that is. Your leadoff guy to be able to, do the things that a leadoff guy hitter does, and Dexter very good on base, getting on base, seeing pitches, but to be able to add a little pop in the bat. And at Wrigley Field, it seems like this lineup that the Cubs will be featuring, any mistake, a guy's going to end up hitting one in the seats. And, what a great sign for the Cubs here right at the beginning of spring training to get Dexter back in the Cubs uniform.
Jason Hayward takes ball one outside. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Ron. Joe's going to have a lot of options with his lineup. But if you could write in maybe a 1 through 5, there's a strike. How might you go to start the season?
There are quite a few options, to be honest with you, with the speed and the athleticism that this club has. But I think Dexter would have to be first.
Hayward lines one deep to left, but it's hit right at O'Brien, who makes the catch, 2 outs.
I'm going to say Dexter's going to hit leadoff, and I would say Zobrist will probably be in the 2-hole. I'm going to guess it's going to be either Anthony or Bryant in the 3-hole, one or the other hitting third and fourth. And then I would think Hayward would be right in behind them. So
yeah, you've got some options there.
Yeah, you do. And it really depends, left, right, maybe. With Anthony left-handed, right-handed on the mound, really doesn't matter. He does such a good job handling left-handed pitching. But I would say Fowler, Zobrist, Bryant, Rizzo, Hayward would be my guess.
1-1 on Addison Russell.
And yourself?
I think the options are limitless. I think you can make a case for Hayward a little higher in the order, but then again, everybody can't hit third. There's a pitch low, and it's 2-1. We haven't even mentioned Kyle Schwarber's name yet. I mean, think of how deep this lineup will look on paper. 2-1 the count on Russell, and now he asks for an extra second as Delgado took a little bit longer than usual to get the sign. Now we're ready to resume, and the 2-1 is popped. Shallow left. It'll be the shortstop Segura backpedaling, and he's got it. And that will end the inning. I've called it an embarrassment of riches. Joe Madden will have a lot of time to work on those lineups here the next few weeks, and he may change it up daily. We will see. Dexter Fowler, first pitch swinging with a leadoff home run here in the third, and the Cubs lead 3-2 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Lors and Bernstein here. Afternoons 1 to 6. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
What does an impact sound like?
Sitting down isn't really my thing, but severe leg pain made running impossible. With my future as a triathlete in jeopardy, I'm so thankful my team at Northwestern Medicine Central DuPage Hospital kept me on track.
As an endurance athlete, I understood Sarah's condition and her worries about training. We treated her piriformis syndrome with an accurately guided muscle injection, leaving her pain-free and ready to face the Ironman Championship.
Getting her back to full speed took a team who slowed down to listen. Northwestern Medicine. Learn more at impacteverydayNM.org. What does an impact sound like?
I needed to be on my feet to do my job, but when I lost the energy to even stand, I turned to Northwestern Medicine Del Nor Hospital.
Our goal was to get Paul back to work. Suffering from bradycardia, we installed a pacemaker, a less invasive procedure than open heart surgery, meaning Paul could get back to beautifying the world one cabinet at a time.
To get back to work, Paul needed a team that wouldn't stop working for him. Northwestern Medicine. Learn more at impacteverydayNM.org.
The whole town's talking about the Webb boys, the Webb boys, the Webb boys. The whole town's talking about the Webb boys, and the Webb family promises why. The whole town's talking about the trade-ins, the service, the values. The whole town's talking about the Webb boys, and the Webb family promises why. See your Webb family dealer today.
Never strike out with Gold Coast Bank's high-yield money market account and fast local lending decisions. Visit goldcoastbank.net today. Again, that's goldcoastbank.net. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Salt River Fields at Talking Stick sellout today. Probably high tens, maybe over 11,000 or so. 345 down the lines, 390 to the alleys, 410 to straightaway center. About a 10-foot high fence. Dexter Fowler went over the fence for a go-ahead homer. 3-2 Cubs. Is Spencer Patton, a right-hander's on for the visitors. And a fastball in tight on All-Star A.J. Pollock. Bottom of the third. Cubs and D-backs. From the stretch, the 1-0. Hit on 2 hops to the shortstop, Addison Russell. Throw to first, 1 out.
Good job by Patton. He threw a little breaking ball and reduced the ground ball. You know, Len, the more I watch Addison Russell, he so reminds me of like just an old-fashioned shortstop. There's no flash. That's a tough in-between hop he just got on a sharply hit ball, and he just eats it up. Makes a good, strong throw across the diamond. Kind of Alan Trammell-ish.
I was just going to use that comp. It's funny how we think alike. Strike called on Segura. Yeah, Alan Trammell was as solid as they come over a 20-year period. Yep. Segura with a single and a run in the first inning. And he lines one softly down the right field line. It'll land 2 feet foul.
Yeah, when you're 20, I believe Addison now is 22 years old, right?
Mm-hmm. He'll play the whole year at age 22.
And you think about being looked at as qualities of a guy like Alan Trammell as a 22-year-old after spending, he spent 2/3 of the year in the big leagues last year.
I think maybe even offensively he might look a little bit like Alan Trammell in terms of the numbers. Tram had a little pop. The pitch to Segura, and he swings and misses. Patton strikes him out.
Good two-seam fastball by Patton. He was trying to go up and in. He got it there right under the hands of Segura. Couldn't hold back, and he gets his first strikeout of the ball game.
2 down, nobody aboard. Goldschmidt lined to left in the first inning. 2-time Gold Glover, strike outside edge, 2 Silver Slugger awards. He has finished as the MVP runner-up in the National League twice. Patton, who was acquired from Texas in the offseason, deals, and it's outside. Illinois native Spencer Patton, born in Urbana, in the dirt that time.
Now, have you spent much time going down there by U of I or anywhere?
I haven't spent too much time there, no.
Fun place. I didn't go to school there. I ended up going out west, but a bunch of my friends. A great area.
The pitch is fouled away to the right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And as you go farther downstate, you start to creep a bit toward Cardinal territory. And Ben Zobrist knows all about that. He's from Eureka, Illinois, and his whole family grew up Cardinal fans, but they're now rooting at least for him and the Cubs when they play St. Louis. Swing and a miss by Goldschmidt. Patton goes 1-2-3 in the third inning. After 3 complete here in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's the Cubs 3, the Diamondbacks 2 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Spiegel and Golf here weekdays 9 to 1. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Binny's Beverage Depot is now open in Mokina. Check out Binny's award-winning selection of wine, spirits, and beer, along with the guaranteed lowest prices on every bottle every day. Visit the new Binny's Beverage Depot in Mokina. Seeing is believing. Madison Square Garden will be home to some of the biggest names and best teams in college basketball as they battle for a ticket to the Big Dance. The Big East Tournament begins Wednesday, and the only place you can see it is on FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Loyola Medicine is ranked among the nation's top heart programs and is the only Chicago hospital ranked for 12 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. Loyola is a pioneer in minimally invasive heart procedures and specializes in complex heart surgery. Loyola Medicine treats your heart with their own. Find a heart specialist at loyolamedicine.org. That's loyolamedicine.org. Loyola Medicine. We also treat the human spirit.
Granite Peak has made abundant snow this winter with several feet of snow on the entire mountain. Enjoy spring skiing through April 10th. Celebrate your family spring vacation and take advantage of great lift and lodging specials. Ski and stay midweek, Sunday through Thursday, 2 for the price of 1. And ski and stay Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 3 for the price of 2. Beginning March 28th, children age 12 and under ski free with the purchase of an adult-child combo ticket and receive free rental equipment and free lessons for the entire family. Celebrate your spring break at Granite Peak. Visit skigranitepeak.com. Terry Boers and Dan Bernstein here. Afternoons 1 to 6. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Your new radio home for the Chicago Cubs.
Let's step aside for 10 to let our local stations ID themselves. This is The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Matt Spiegel here from the Spiegel and Golf Show, weekdays 9 to 1. This is your new radio home for Cubs baseball. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR and HD Chicago, WJMK, HD2 Chicago.
Happy 30th birthday to Cubs opening night starter Jake Arrieta, who will make his spring debut a little later this week. Cubs leading 3-2 as they bat in the fourth inning. And an ex-Cub, left-hander Wesley Wright, is now working. Tommy LaStella takes a pitch off the inside corner for ball one. Wright made 11 Major League appearances last year with the Orioles and the Angels combined. Each team with 3 hits. Big error committed by Jake Lamb opened the door for the Cubs, who tied the game in the second with a couple, and then they took the lead in the third. 2-0 to LaStella. Right from the stretch, and he throws, and LaStella missed. Might have been a changeup. Lefty on lefty changeup.
Yeah, down and into LaStella. Dangerous place to throw a left-handed hitter. Wright got away with one there.
2-1. The pitch bounced on the pull side. That's toward right. Spinning play made by Owings, the second baseman, and he throws him out. There are a few things in this game you hear. You can never do this. You can never do that. But that's actually not true. And on occasion, the don't ever do this is the perfect thing to do. Right? Does that make sense?
I think so. But yes, I agree. To me, in our game, you have to do what it is that you do best and stick with that. And if that means you're going against the book, whoever wrote the book didn't necessarily write it for you. That's just the book in general. And you have to take your skills, Lenny, I believe, and put them into play. And that's how you build your own big league career and understand your own game.
1-0 on David Ross. Yeah, that was a bit convoluted on my part, but you got the gist.
Absolutely, yeah.
2-0 now.
I'm still trying to figure out the book for my game.
you hear, the idea of it was so bad it was good, the hanging slider. There are some pitches that confuse batters because you're expecting one thing and you get something totally different. Now 3-0.
I think that's the great thing about having a veteran presence like David Ross. He has been very good at doing the exact, at really understanding what the hitter is looking for and trying to do, and actually pitching the opposite of what that hitter is looking for.
Ross takes a strike to make it 3-1.
And that's where that balance comes in of being able to do that if you're the catcher and understanding what you have as the strength of your guy on the bump.
The pitch. Ross lines to left. It'll get down, and it'll get to the wall. Look at him run. Ross racing towards second, and he's in. That's a double for David Ross.
Well, Grandpa Ross has hit 2 balls right on the button. His teammates have been giving him a hard time this spring training, and they've all kinds of things from his own parking space right in front to getting him canes and new chairs and things like that. But David, as we've seen so far early in camp, still has a lot of baseball left in him offensively and defensively. And that was a one-hop bullet off the left field wall.
It'll bring up Daniel Vogelbach. He struck out his first time. He's the DH today. Cubs leading 3-2, trying to add to that. And in there for a strike. I hosted a Cubs Destinations event after the ball game yesterday. Did a little Q&A with Vogelbach and Albert Almora, who made that great diving catch on the warning track. Strike 2 called. Albert is 21. Daniel is 23. And the amount of maturity is amazing to me. They answered every question carefully, thoughtfully, had fun with it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Vogelbach is out. It's really impressive to see that these kids handle themselves that confidently.
Well, we talked about it before the game today, you and I, just the amount of information with social media and the things that these young players now have to deal with as opposed to years and generations back. And they just do. To be able to answer tough questions in a crowd of season ticket holders, let's say, and not, stick your foot in your mouth or do anything, say anything that you'd really regret. And it is pretty amazing that these young guys are able to do the job that they do.
1-0 on Juan Perez. He knocked in a run with a double in the second. 2 outs, 4th inning, 3-2 Cubs. Ross, the runner, at second. Right to the plate, and a tapper on the ground toward third. Picked up by Lamb, and the throw to first in time. And the Cubs are finished in the 4th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 stranded. To the bottom of the 4th, it's the Cubs 3 and the Diamondbacks 2. This is The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on 670 The Score.
It's easy to forget why you chose Blue Cross and Blue Shield, but once your surgery is over and the bills are paid completely, you remember very quickly.
You may not know Chet Matakevich,
but chances are you know a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member like him.
Earlier this year, I needed open heart surgery and aortic valve replacement. That, with being in the hospital for 4 days, a top-notch surgeon, the bill was huge, over $150,000. To face that without any health insurance coverage would be disastrous. And after leaving the hospital, I found that the financial responsibility that I had was minimal. After heart surgery, the last thing I needed was to have stress looking at a bill. Blue Cross came through, definitely the utmost of value, and that in itself made me feel even better.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Find the best American-made products on sale this week with Menards Made in the USA sale. Create the perfect outdoor living space with a wide range of landscaping and building materials. You'll spend more time enjoying your deck and less time maintaining it with UltraDeck. Rustic, low-maintenance composite decking gives you the look of real wood without the upkeep. It installs easily with hidden fasteners and is on sale now for $179 a linear foot.
Save big money at Menards.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score, your new radio home of the Chicago Cubs.
Special thanks to everyone who contributed to the annual Respect Bald fundraiser yesterday. The Cubs and Joe Madden raising over $30,000 for pediatric cancer research and support. And about a dozen players or so shaved their heads, along with the manager. Left-hander Rex Brothers, former Colorado Rocky, is on for the Cubs. Bottom of the fourth, 3-2. Cubs have the lead. Lamb is the hitter. Lefty to lefty. It's a strike at the knees. Ron Brothers trying to reestablish himself at the major league level. His numbers were good last year with the Rockies, but only 17 appearances in the big leagues. And he had over 70 appearances per year each of the previous 3 seasons. Line shot, base hit, left field. Lamb with a leadoff single. Last year, Brothers spent most of the year at AAA Albuquerque.
Well, and that's going to be the job for Brothers if he makes his club. And as you said, establishing himself here in the big leagues. He's got to be able to get the left-handed hitter out. He's got a good arm, but he's got to keep that ball out of the middle of the plate. He's got good stuff. There's no doubt about that. Hopefully the Cubs are definitely looking for one more left-hander out of the pen, and he'll be in that competition, no doubt.
First pitch misses on O'Brien, the left fielder. Another one of those left-handers also scheduled to work today, C.J. Riefenhauser. Manny Parra is in camp. The pitch is low. 2-0. Well, you're going to have Travis Wood, Clayton Richard.
Yep.
So the Cubs have a good inventory of left-handed relievers.
See if Chip Hale does a little hit and running here. No?
Runner not moving. Low for a ball, 3-0.
He did it 2 innings ago. Chip Hale is going to be a guy that's going to manage, and he's going to like some movement with the guys down in their lineup a little bit and getting guys running.
Three 3-0 the pitch. A swing by O'Brien. That's a bit surprising, and he fouled it.
It's the second 3-0 swing of the day we've seen here by the Diamondbacks, and Goldschmidt do it in his first at-bat, flying out to right, or to left, I believe.
Dave Magadan, the former Cub, is their hitting coach, assisted by Mark Grace. Always good to see Gracie. 3-1, bounced foul, and it's full. 3-2.
I didn't get a chance to see Gracie today. Did you get down there to see Mark?
I didn't, but I saw him. I didn't talk to him.
Right.
So I guess I literally meant always good to see him.
Yeah.
It's like the Austin Powers line. Hey, there you are. Do I know you? No, but there you are, right there. 3-2, runner not moving. Line drive that will get down in front of Hayward. The throw to second in time as they force Lamb. Jason Hayward deked the runner. He made that move as if he was going to catch the ball, and Lamb really had to wait. It bounced in front of Hayward, and Ron, it looked like he made a tough play on a short hop. So he turns a single into a fielder's choice.
Lenny, you talk about intangibles that a guy brings to the table. That's one of them. We've talked about his defense, but he had Lamb not knowing what he was going to do, whether he's going to catch that ball, short hop it, dive for it, and he stayed just back deep enough to get it on a hop and still have his feet underneath him to be able to make a strong throw to second base to get the force. Just an outstanding play by Hayward and Wright.
So one away runner at first. Socrates Brito takes strike one. Cubs 3, Diamondbacks 2 in the fourth. The pitch bounces away from Ross. That'll be a wild one on Rex Brothers. O'Brien advances to second.
You don't write too many 9-6s fielder choices in your book, do you?
Nope.
Be fun to watch him play right field this year. He's got a great throwing arm, this Hayward. He gets great jump on the ball. He can cover a lot of ground. But it's under the understanding of his position, as you just saw there. He's 26 years old, and he plays the position like he's been out there 20 years. And that's just a great play by him.
The 1-1 to Brito. He swings and misses, but that pitch in the dirt also gets away from Ross. It'll be another wild one. And that allows O'Brien to get to third, and the Cubs will bring their infield in with one out, leading 3-2. 1-2 on Brito. Yeah, I do not have the photographic memory your partner Pat Hughes has, but I do recall a throw Hayward made to nail Anthony Rizzo at the plate last year. One of the better throws we've seen. Diamondbacks will tie the game as Brito lines to deep right. That ball will get to the wall. He's on his way to second. O'Brien scores, and it's now 3-3. That was a 1-2 pitch.
Yeah, that's a 1-2 pitch, a slider, Lenny, and that one, as we see in spring training, guys are still trying to get the feel for their breaking balls and get it in a location that they want. Brothers, the pitch before, made a very good pitch with the breaking ball down and got Brito to swing over the top of it. That one he left in the middle of the plate, and Brito two-hopped the right field wall for a double.
So back to even at 3 apiece. Chris Owings flied to right in the second. The pitch pulled foul. Look out, Matt Williams. He's only about 70 feet from home plate and had to quickly jump out of the way. Owings, a very solid defender. He had a rough year at the plate last year. He was the major league trailer in OPS. 587. That was the worst among all qualifiers. Outside for a ball, 1-1. I think part of the thought is Segura would help their offense in the middle of the diamond. He's got good speed. But the other thing is the 1-1 is lifted foul out of play. I think if you play really solid defense up the middle and everybody around you hits, and the Diamondbacks should have a very good lineup, you shouldn't need a ton of offense from those guys, right?
Right. And for Chip Hale, defense is going to be very important for him up the middle. Segura is very talented defensively, but he definitely has an offensive approach. But, boy, when you get a good double play combination, you really don't want to mess with that too much.
The 1-2, and Owings cuts, and he missed it. Ball sitting at home plate, got away from Ross, and he'll throw to first to complete the out. So 2 down in the inning. Brito holds at second. Yeah, the Diamondbacks had a pretty busy offseason, signing Zach Greinke to a huge contract. And they traded a bunch of really good young prospects to Atlanta to get Shelby Miller. So they're trying to beef up their rotation. And they are in go-for-it mode. Zach Borenstein with 2 outs. First pitch, and he peeks at ball 1. Already a big injury in the National League West. Brett Anderson, starting pitcher for the Dodgers, is going to have back surgery. Fouled straight back, 1-1. And there were some question marks about that rotation to begin with. No Greinke anymore. He's now here in Arizona.
Yeah, you lose a guy like Greinke, who's one of the best in baseball. And then you lose a guy that's penciled into your rotation really shortens up your staff.
Pitch in the dirt, knocked down by Ross. Runner goes to third. Throw there is not in time. Third wild pitch of the inning on Brothers.
Well, it seems to me they've all been on that slider, Len, down and away to the left-handers. David does a good job of blocking this ball, and Rossi blocks it, but it just trickles away from him enough to allow Brito, who got a good jump off second base, to get to third.
Infield back with 2 outs. A 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball up in the zone at 93. A run in. Diamondbacks have tied it 3-3. Warren started for the Cubs. Patton and now Brothers. Swinging a fly ball down the left field line. Perez with a long run over near the side wall, and it's in the seats. Let's see, Ron. We are back with you on the radio next weekend. The White Sox will come to Mesa on Saturday. 1:55 Chicago time broadcast. And then I believe we've got the time change just about everywhere but Arizona, so that will mess with things on Sunday. As we had a few miles over to play the Oakland A's at 2:55 Central Time. Next Sunday, 3-2 on Borenstein. Now, they stay on standard time here in Arizona. Swing and a miss. Ball gets away from Ross again. Run scores. Borenstein safe at first. A 4 wild pitch 4th inning for Rex Brothers.
Well, this once again, it's a sharp breaking ball that Brothers throws. There's no doubt. It's got great bite to it. Ball hits the dirt in front of David Ross and just explodes up, hits him high in the chest protector, and then goes to the backstop. And because of that, the run scores.
So a strikeout, but Borenstein reaches on the wild pitch. And it's now 4-3 Diamondbacks. Throw to first. Borenstein back in time.
I know David is a little upset with himself behind home plate. Plus, he thought he'd have a chance of blocking that ball, but there are just sometimes certain guys breaking balls that have good downward tilt. When that ball hits the dirt, it just explodes.
Here's a pitch low. Ball 1 on Gosowicz. For some reason, the scoreboard operator here at Salt River Fields just gave the Cubs 3 runs in the top of this inning. That was nice.
Yeah.
Well, now they just took them away. So it went from 4-3 Diamondbacks to 6-4 Cubs. But now it's 4-3 again. You see some strange things in spring training.
Along with the 1 ball on this will be the 4th pitch of the at-bat.
Okay.
No strikes, yeah.
Strike call. The count is... Mike Everett, what's the count?
Yeah.
I'm going to go 2-2. Here it is. Outside, it's 6-4 on Gosowicz.
Spring training for everybody, right?
I believe it's 3-1. The pitch off the end of the bat, foul out of play. This has been a long inning for Rex Brothers and for David Ross.
Yeah. And you think the way the inning started with the out that was made on the line drive base hit to right that ended up being a fielder's choice on a great play by Hayward to force Lamb, who led off the inning with a single.
3-2, Borenstein takes off. Gosowicz softly bounces to La Stella at third. Bad throw as he airmailed it out of play. A run will score, I believe. Bornstein is allowed to advance. Nope, he's got to head back to third. Gosewicz now at second after the error by La Stella. And here comes Joe Madden, and I think that's it for Brothers.
Yeah, it looks like Joe's going to make a pitching change.
So Brothers done for the afternoon. Left-hander is coming in. We will tell you who that is when we return. It's the fourth inning. Cubs now trail 4-3 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Mully
and Hanley here, mornings 5 till 9.
You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball
on 670 The Score.
It's a great time to update your kitchen with big savings at Menards. Stop by your local Menards to check out our huge selection of major kitchen appliances. They're all on sale. Add a stylish look to your kitchen with a new range hood from Brown. Get a 30-inch stainless steel finish for only $159. Hurry in for the best selection of major kitchen appliances. On sale this week at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
QL1, this is Control. Ground crew is secure. Over.
Copy that, Control. Rockets powering up. Over.
QL1, this is Control. Does Rocket Mortgage require me to fill out a bunch of paperwork?
Negative, Control. Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans is the first on-demand mortgage machine that quickly and seamlessly imports your financial data. You can go through the entire mortgage approval process in minutes.
Copy that, QL1. That is fast, like rocket fast. Do you think that's why they named it Rocket Mortgage? Over.
Affirmative, Control. That's probably why they named it Rocket Mortgage. It also works on any internet-ready device, so you can get a Rocket Mortgage at any time or place you choose.
Roger that, QL1. So technically speaking, you could get a Rocket Mortgage at rocket speed from inside an actual rocket?
Please just press the button, Control. Over.
Copy that, QL1.
3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Never strike out with Gold Coast Bank's high-yield money market account and fast local lending decisions. Visit goldcoastbank.net today. Again, that's goldcoastbank.net. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
28-year-old left-hander Nick Greenwood now pitching for the Cubs, and he deals strike one on A.J. Pollock. 2 runs in for the Diamondbacks here in the fourth. 2 on, 2 down, and a 1-strike count on Pollock. Greenwood, a Connecticut native, and a changeup misses low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Went to the University of Rhode Island. Nick Greenwood fouled out of play. 1-2. 20 major league appearances with the St. Louis Cardinals over the last 2 seasons. Cubs signed him to a minor league contract in January, and he just hit Pollock on the front foot to load the bases. And I think Pollock will be lifted for a pinch runner.
Well, it's just been one of them innings for the Cubs. They've had some wild pitches by Brothers, play not made, and now hit by pitch, some wild pitches. Cubs would just like to get off the field after this inning.
Evan Marzilli will run for Pollock and hopefully will play center field. That makes our life a little easier. Bases loaded. Gene Segura checked his swing, but he could not hold up on appeal. And it's 0-1. Segura 1 for 2 today. 6 for 8 on the spring. Ground ball to second. Easy play, Zobrist. 4-3, the ground out. That will end the inning. But the Diamondbacks get 2 runs to retake the lead. 4 wild pitches and an error in this 4th inning. Ron Coomer will have the play-by-play when we return in the 5th. It's now Arizona 4 and the Cubs 3 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Boers and Bernstein here. Afternoons 1 to 6. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey guys, it's Matt Spiegel. Sport Clips Haircuts $10,000 MVP moment scratch and win is back. This year is bigger and better than ever with over $100,000 in total prizes, including instant win prizes that you can win instantly, plus a shot at the $10,000 grand prize that you can spend on your MVP moment, whatever that is. Spend your $10,000 as unwisely as you want. Splurge on an adventure vacation in Australia. Spend it on sweet tickets or create a super chill man cave. If you've never been to Sport Clips, you don't know what you're missing. Go to sportclips.com to find your nearest Sport Clips today and get your MVP Moment Maker scratch and win ticket. And while you're there, ask for the MVP haircut experience with the massaging shampoo and legendary hot steam towel. We know you don't think haircuts 24/7. That's Sport Clips' job. So they turned it into an experience. It's called the MVP and you're gonna want it. No purchase necessary. Visit store for game card while supplies last. Ends in store 3/20/16. Must be 18 or older. Subject to official rules at MVPmoment.com. Void where prohibited. With over 80 Chicagoland locations, you can find one near you. Sport Clips. It's good to be a guy.
All right, I'm here with Ryan Kelly. You know Ryan Kelly. He's the home loan expert. And I got to ask you, is it true that you meet with all your clients face-to-face to review the loan application and to get the process started?
Absolutely. You know, a mortgage is just too big of an investment to be done on your phone or on the internet. And there's a lot of things that go into doing a loan. And again, it's a huge investment. It's not a blender. It shouldn't be done online. So yeah, we take the time to sit down with all of our clients and review all the loan application, good faith estimate, and all that.
So let's get the process started, man. How do we call you? How do we get a hold of you?
Apply online at thehomeloanexpert.com. Illinois residential mortgage licensee.
Mully here from the Mully and Hanley Show, mornings 5 to 9. Right now, you're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Fifth inning here at Salt River Fields at Talking Stick, just on the outskirts of Scottsdale, Arizona. Cubs down 4-3. Cubs 4 runs, 5 hits and an error. Or actually, Diamondbacks 4 runs, 5 hits and an error. Cubs 3 runs, 4 hits and an error. Negron will lead it off. Being Negron, Fowler, and Zobrist here to lead off the fifth.
Left-hander Keith Hessler now working for the Diamondbacks.
First pitch to Negron was a strike, swinging up and in. Next pitch down and in. Count will go to 1-1. Long inning for the Cubs last inning. Diamondbacks put a 2 spot up on the board. That inning could have really got out of hand, but Cubs ended up getting out of it. Now 1-1 pitch to Negron. He takes that one, just misses the outside corner. Ron Culpo, the home plate umpire. Last inning, he was dodging some balls in the dirt. Ronnie, very good ball strike umpire. This next pitch is fouled down the right field line. The count will go to 2-2. Negron punched out in the second inning in his first at-bat. Just a gorgeous day here in the Valley. Just amazes me the weather we get here, Lenny. When we've come down the last few years, it's just been beautiful as this ball's fouled straight back. The count stays at 2-2.
Yeah, it's a little more consistent here than it is in the Grapefruit League. They get a little more rain, obviously, in Florida. It's going to cool off a bit over the next few days, but when I say cool off, I do it in air quotes. High of 70.
Yeah. 2-2 pitch to Negron. Swing and a miss, and a slider down and in. So Negron with his second strikeout of the ball game. That'll bring up Fowler. Dexter in his last at-bat hit a booming home run over the right center field wall. First pitch high fastball, and he hit a rocket. And that gave the Cubs the lead 3-2, where they have given that lead back last inning.
It'll be very interesting to see with the new collective bargaining agreement at the end of this year. The qualifying offer.
Yeah.
Only 3 players have accepted that offer as free agents. And it has created kind of a unique situation.
Next pitch fouled straight back, and it counts 1-1.
So Dexter Fowler, one of the many free agents who declined that qualifying offer, just under $16 million. He goes on the market, has to wait till the end of the winter. It was reported that he had a 3-year deal in hand from the Orioles, which never was the case.
Next pitch, a little two-hopper to second base. Owings across the Goldschmidt, and that's the second out of the inning.
He ends up re-signing with the Cubs. With his base salary and a buyout, essentially will get $13 million for this year with a mutual option for next year. So, in essence, if he wants to, he'll get another shot at free agency in the next offseason. But it's that compensation, that first-round draft pick. The Cubs had to give up a couple to make the Hayward and Lackey signings. But many, many teams covet that draft pick.
And you can understand why. First pitch to Zobrist is a strike on the outside corner. Cubs are down 4-3 here in the fifth with 2 outs. But it is an interesting concept that very few guys take that offer. This next pitch is hit on the ground to short. Segura fields this ball easily and flips across the diamond. So a quick 1-2-3 inning. Lenny, we'll talk about this next inning. Cubs down 4-3 here at the end of 4.5. You're listening to The Score on Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Spiegel and golf here weekdays 9 to 1. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball
on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Never strike out with Gold Coast Bank's high-yield money market account and fast local lending decisions. Visit goldcoastbank.net today. Again, that's goldcoastbank.net. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
You know, moving is never fun, especially during baseball season. But OD Household Services makes it cheaper and easier. OD drops off a trailer that you load yourself. Then OD delivers it to your new address when you want it. You only pay for the space you use, and OD does all of the driving. Schedule your easy and affordable home move now at odmove.com/Cubs. That's odmove.com/Cubs. OD Household Services, official partner of the Chicago Cubs.
Loyola Medicine is ranked among the nation's top heart programs and is the only Chicago hospital ranked for 12 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. Loyola is a pioneer in minimally invasive heart procedures and specializes in complex heart surgery. Loyola Medicine treats your heart with their own. Find a heart specialist at loyolamedicine.org. That's loyolamedicine.org. Loyola Medicine. We also treat the human spirit.
It's a great time to update your kitchen with big savings at Menards. Stop by your local Menards to check out our huge selection of major kitchen appliances. They're all on sale. Add a stylish look to your kitchen with a new range hood from Brown. Get a 30-inch stainless steel finish for only $159. Hurry in for the best selection of major kitchen appliances. On sale this week at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites. We've got wholesale changes for the Cubs. Frank Batista's pitching. Wilson Contreras now catching. Matt Clark at first. Arizmendi Alcantara at second. Munenori Kawasaki's at short. Taylor Davis at third. Anthony Giansanti in left. Albert Almora in center. John Andrioli is in right.
My pen's running out of ink quickly. It's the next pitch from Batista. Nice slider on the outside corner. Goldschmidt. Just count to 0-2. Batista winds, and next pitch just misses the corner. Contreras now behind the plate for the Cubs. And he's one of those guys I was really looking forward to seeing in camp. I heard a lot about him last season. We all heard about him, this winter. And, he brings a lot to the table, can really swing the bat. Little two-hopper to third, and it hits the heel of the glove. And it's going to be another error for the Cubs. It'll be the second error of the ball game. It's an error on Davis. His two-hopper, he came in and charged the ball. And it ends up just getting that in-between hop. And when you do that, especially here in Arizona, with the field so hard, there's a lot of tendency of the ball kicking up on you, and that one hit him in the glove in the heel, and it'll be an error.
That is, I believe, the third error on a third baseman, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Lamb for the Diamondbacks, LaStella and Davis. Maybe there's some unevenness on the surface over there or something.
Well, man on first, and it'll bring up Lamb. Lamb's having a pretty good day so far. Double and a single. He's got an RBI, hit a bullet in the gap in right center. Scored the first run of the ball game for Arizona in the first. Cubs down 4-3 here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Next pitch fouled right off the foot of Lamb. Count will go to 0-2.
Just to follow up, Ron, on our qualifying offer conversation, there were three players this winter, including the aforementioned Brett Anderson. I think Matt Wieters was another who did accept that offer, and maybe that's kind of the tweak that we'll see moving forward, that, you know, when faced with the idea of I may not get exactly what I want, guys will accept that qualifying offer and then wait for the following offseason, depending on what free agency looks like in terms of outfielders, pitchers, whatever position you play. You know, in Dexter Fowler's case, there were a lot of outfielders available on the market this winter, which may have hurt his value a bit.
I definitely think it did, because when you think about his season, his last pitch from Bautista was inside. The count is 1-2. His pitch is lifted to short left field, now blocking the sun and making the catch in left field.
Giansanti.
I was going to say, I think it's Giansanti who makes the catch. But tough sun field in left field here at Salt River Field, but that'll be first out of the inning. And it'll bring up O'Brien. Cubs down 4-3, but there will be a change. There's got to be some kind of change for organizations and for players to start accepting some of them offers. I got to believe. We'll flip over to first base.
Well, the other thing about it, most guys who become free agents are going to be 29, 30, maybe 31. Young players are kind of seen in a different light these days in terms of, you know, affordable assets.
Bautista with another throw over to first. This one with a little more aggressiveness to it.
And that's why Jason Hayward was such a valuable guy on the market, because he's only 26.
Think about that, being 26 years old, 6 years of service time in the big leagues, and a free agent. Here's a pitch now from Bautista. It just misses the outside corner to O'Brien. 1-0.
The other thing that is increasing here over the last few years is the opt-out clause. Guys signing 4, 5, 6, in Hayward's case, an 8-year contract, but some opt-out provisions built in for the player to then maybe start over with a new contract 2 or 3 years into that deal.
Good pitch by Bautista. That one just clips the outside corner. Count goes to 1-1. But I really think that opt-out clause for both sides is a very good clause. I think if you're a guy, let's say like Hayward, who really wanted the long-term deal, this next pitch, this one's hooked foul right at the Diamondbacks dugout. Count will go to 1-2. But so now if you're the Chicago Cubs, you feel like, okay, I don't mind giving out the long-term deal, you know, and as the player, you're willing to accept it. And if you have this MVP career couple years, you can opt out and look for what is going to be market value at that time. But, you know, it does give a little protection to the groups, and I like that. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think every player likes to have as many options as possible, and I think clubs would tell you the same thing from their end.
Little squibber going down to first base. This one's going to be foul. It's fielded by Clark. About a foot in foul territory.
We've had a couple of examples, not in Cubs camp, but around baseball, where pre-arbitration eligible players have not gotten raises.
Yeah.
and we're not real happy about it. That is the system we have, and obviously ball clubs have all of the power early. Players get most of it later. That's the way the system was built.
It's again the 1-2 pitch. This one's fouled straight back, and the count will stay at 1-2. Comes down 4-3. One out here in the bottom of the fifth. And I really don't understand when players get upset, like we've seen here recently, because they don't get a raise at this early time. And I understand that they've played very well and done their job very well. But that's the system that we've agreed upon. Understand that your time is coming.
Was it Jacob deGrom who
Yeah.
refused to sign his contract, so he was automatically renewed?
Correct.
By the Mets.
And again, the 1-2 pitch. This is a hook, just misses wide. And the count will go to 2-2. Man on first. One out here in the bottom of the fifth. Cubs down 4-3. But I just don't like when guys get so upset. This is the system we're in. Understand the system. You may not like it because it's not working out for you at that time, but it's still the system. And understanding that and being educated on what the system is that you're abiding by, I just don't see why you make a big ordeal out of it in the press. That pitch missed wide. It was a breaking ball from Batista, and the count will go to 3-2 with one out here in the bottom of the fifth.
Well, in some cases, it may not be the player making the stink.
Yeah,
it may be his representative. We won't name names.
Right.
But it's that person's job to get as much money for his or her client as possible.
So you're saying sometimes that agent could also be detrimental.
I didn't say that. Just that person is the player's advocate.
Runner goes, little ground ball. Alcantara dives. He goes towards second base, comes back towards the position he vacated, dives and makes a nice diving stop, and ends up throwing out O'Brien. So a very nice play by Asmindi at second base as he was trying to cover the bag, goes back and ends up getting the out. But on the mound, I believe Brito possibly going for that ball tweaked something possibly in his left leg.
Yeah, I did not see what happened, but I think Frank Batista injured his left leg. P.J. Mainville, the Cubs' head athletic trainer, is out along with Chris Bosio and Joe Madden. And I think that's it already, regardless of the severity, and we hope it is not serious. They're going to take him out of this game.
Boy, you just hate seeing that for a young guy coming in the game. Well, I did not see the play. I was watching the ball going towards second base, but he is being helped off the field. He's walking, but very gingerly on his left leg. So he will be out of the game, and we will get a pitching change. Left-hander coming in the game. We'll have the changes when we come back. You're listening to The Score on Xfinity, Cubs Radio Network.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on 670 The Score.
Company. Why is it that when Monday mornings come,
the word company takes on a whole new meaning?
You say company and you can't help but go right to emails,
conference calls,
deadlines.
It's hard not to. Yet so easy to overlook that company can mean so much more.
Like it does outside of work.
With family, friends.
Monday through Friday, and for those who work weekends, the people around you are company.
They're the ones who inspire you, understand you,
listen to you.
They make the mornings palatable.
The commute forgettable.
They have an office with a view,
but would rather spend more time in yours.
And when you have to leave your family so many days a week,
they make it a little easier.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois knows that when it doesn't feel like work, that's a healthy place to be. That's the right company to be in. And at Blue Cross, our job has always been to help you feel better about your job through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Are you overpaying on your utility bills? How would you know? Agera Energy, an energy market expert, helps businesses find the most affordable and competitive rates for their natural gas and electric needs. If you're a business owner in the Chicago area, visit ageraenergy.com right now and sign up today. That's AGERA energy.com. Energy to power your world. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Please visit Agera Energy's website at ageraenergy.com for additional information. Electric license 150330 and natural gas license 150342.
Mully here from the Mully and Hanley Show, mornings 5 to 9. Right now, you're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Scott Barnes will get as much time as he needs to get loose after the injury to right-hander Frank Batista. But before we resume here today, Ron, today the 10th anniversary of the death of a Chicago native, a former teammate of yours, and a Hall of Famer in every sense of the word. Kirby Puckett passed away on this date 10 years ago today. We were chatting with former Major League catcher Dave Engel, and now a scout for the Baltimore Orioles, before the game, talking about Puck, and I know you have a very soft spot in your heart for Kirby Puckett.
He was he was one of those guys that he played the game the right way. You loved being around him. He was one big ball of energy, and that's what we were laughing about earlier today. You know, Dave Engel, a teammate of his in Puck's beginning of his career. I came to Minnesota right at the end of Puck's career. But, yeah, it was a very sad thing for baseball to lose Kirby. Great Chicago guy, loved Chicago, loved their city, but a great player and a great person. But 10-year anniversary, it just doesn't seem like Puck's been gone that long.
A 12-year career. He had, obviously, the vision problems. He hit .318 during that time. 207 career home runs from 1986 until the last year of his career, 1995. He was an all-star every year. A couple of World Series rings with the Twins as well. We think about Kirby Puckett a lot.
I'll tell you quick while we got a little bit of time. This is when I knew I'd gotten to the big leagues. I was hitting behind Puck in the lineup. My very first call up in the big leagues. I'd only been in the league about a month, and I was hitting behind him. We're at the old Metrodome where they had the folding seats in right. And he said, "Kid, put your bat away." We're in the ninth inning. He goes, "They're going to bring that right-hander in from the bullpen to face me, and I'm going to hit his first slider off the seats in right center field, and you just come shake my hand." And the second pitch of that at-bat was a slider away, and he smashed it off the seats in right center field. And as he rounds first base, he looks at me and kind of tips his hat, and I just thought, I don't know if I quite fit in this league.
Well, he hit one of the biggest home runs, most famous home runs in World Series history to send the 1991 Fall Classic to Game 7. It also led Jack Buck to utter one of the most famous lines in broadcasting history: "We will see you tomorrow night."
Yeah. Etched in the minds of all Twins fans and baseball fans. But before that game, how about Kirby's comment on a team bus? "Don't worry about it, boys. I'm driving the bus today."
Very nice.
How about that? 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning. We've had a delay. Frank Batista hurt his knee or leg going after a ground ball. So now it'll be Scott Barnes with 2 outs and a man on second base. No runs in here in the fifth. Diamondbacks up 4-3. And it'll bring up Brito. Be lefty on lefty. Brito's had a pretty good day so far. He ended up with a double in the gap in his last at bat. First pitch by Barnes, good fastball, hits the outside corner for strike one. Cubs playing Brito way around towards left center field. This guy's got some good pop in his bat. Next pitch, way up and in. It's an off-speed pitch that slipped out of the hand of Barnes up under the jaw. And they're saying it hit him now. It must have grazed the hand of Brito, and he's going to get first base. So hit by pitch. here in this inning, and it'll be 2 outs, and it'll bring up Owings. Owings, well, I just didn't see that ball hitting Brito, but Ron Kolpa right away pointing towards first base. So 2 outs, and it'll bring up Owings. Barnes to the set, over the top, and Owings hits a little soft line drive, middle of the diamond. It'll be a base hit. O'Mara fields it in center field. There'll be no play. As now, Owings realizing that there's nobody at second base. As Kawasaki was lined up towards the cut throw to third, and the second baseman Alcantara went back in behind to back up first base or to cover first, and they vacated second base. And alertly, Brito ends up going from first to third with 2 outs on contact, and Owings just ends up jogging into second base. So a lapse in defense by the Chicago Cubs. A run scores to make it 5-3. But now because of the play, the Diamondbacks have 2 runners in scoring position, and they'll bring up Borenstein.
Not a very clean game played by the Cubs today. A couple of errors. They missed assignment there. The 4 wild pitches by Rex Brothers.
First pitch by Barnes, a slider down and away. Yeah, and that 4th inning just really kind of got things off in the wrong direction for the Cubs, and they're down 5-3. Next pitch, check swing. They're going to peel down to third base, and they're going to say strike, so the count is 1-1. You have these games in spring training. The guys have only been playing competitively against the other ball clubs for less than a week. So there are times where the game just gets a little quick for everybody, and you're just not into your game speed yet. And this next pitch, good changeup by Barnes right at the bottom of the zone, and the count will go to 1-2. Well, a few folks out there. Thanks, Lenny, for pinch hitting for Pat here this first weekend. And I know you're with us again next weekend. Pat will be here for his first broadcast. This ball is fouled back on the 20th of this month. So, partner, enjoy that nice cold weather in Chicago. Lenny is doing a great job pinch hitting. And I will say Lenny and I are enjoying the good weather here in Arizona. But we look forward to seeing Pat here in the Cactus League in a couple of weeks. So, buddy, enjoy being home. We will hold down the fort until you're ready to go.
We will see him on March 20th.
Yeah. So the 1-2 pitch from Barnes, little slider, swing and a miss. So the Cubs get out of this inning with only 1 run. But they're down 5-3 here at Salt River Field. You're listening to The Score on Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Molly
and Hanley here mornings 5 to 9.
You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball
on 670 The Score.
What does an impact sound like?
I needed to be on my feet to do my job, but when I lost the energy to even stand, I turned to Northwestern Medicine Del Nor Hospital.
Our goal was to get Paul back to work. Suffering from bradycardia, we installed a pacemaker, a less invasive procedure than open heart surgery, meaning Paul could get back to beautifying the world one cabinet at a time.
To get back to work, Paul needed a team that wouldn't stop working for him. Northwestern Medicine. Learn more at impacteverydaynm.org. What does an impact sound like?
I'm the guy you call when you need one more. Basketball, golf, even softball. But an Achilles tear threatened my sixth-man status.
Craig qualified for a new study. After Achilles surgery at Northwestern Memorial Hospital, we monitored his rehab using computerized adaptive testing. This helped him get back on the court while giving an assist to countless others.
Craig's not a professional athlete, but that didn't stop us from treating him like one. Northwestern Medicine. Learn more at impacteverydaynm.org.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending. Staples has low prices every day. So I won't overspend? Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office. Everything? Everything. The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink, binders, and ink? Need some ink? A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day.
day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
Terry Boers and Dan Bernstein here. Afternoons 1 to 6. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Your new radio home for the Chicago Cubs.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Jason Goff here from the Spiegel and Goff Show, weekdays 9 to 1. This is your new radio home for Cubs baseball. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR and HD Chicago, WJMK HD2 Chicago.
Lots of changes now for Arizona as Munenori Kawasaki for the Cubs bounces to first. Carlos Rivero now playing there, and he makes the play unassisted. 1 pitch and 1 out. Enrique Burgos, a right-hander, is on for Arizona. Diamondbacks lead this game 5-3. We're in the 6th. Here's Albert Almora.
Well, in yesterday's ball game, as we've talked about already today, Almora making one of the best catches you're going to see by a center fielder, diving in the warning track in left center. Just an outstanding play, and he ended up hitting a double, too, in that ball game.
In the dirt, ball 1. I think I got just about all the changes except for right field. I think it's Gabriel Guerrero out there. Fly ball, center field, not deep. Evan Marzilli makes the catch. 2 down.
And that is correct with Guerrero in right field. How does that book? Well, see, you're on the computer, so see, yours is a lot cleaner than mine. Mine has a lot more scratches.
I don't put quite as much stuff in the book for a spring training game as I do during the regular season, but here's Alcantara batting left-handed against the righty Burgos from the stretch. Fastball is low.
Burgos with a windup, he throws right over the top, so his fastball should have good downward tilt, but should be pretty straight. If Cubs hitters can get a ball up, they should be able to do some damage.
The pitch, low again. Cubs will have their first split squad action of the spring tomorrow. They'll host the Royals and also play here in this ballpark against the Rockies. Jason Hamill will start the home game in Mesa. Aaron Brooks, the road start. Strike called on Alcantara. I would imagine Joe Madden will manage the home team. And Davey Martinez may head here and manage the other split squad.
You'll be streaming that game, Cubs.com tomorrow with Mick Gillespie, right?
Yep, we'll be on the air at 1:50 Central Time. Strike 2 to Alcantara. It's even 2-2.
Are you doing the home game tomorrow?
We're doing the home game.
Okay.
Chris Medlin and Jason Hamill. 5-3 Diamondbacks, 6th inning. The 2-2 offering bounces in front of the plate. 3-2.
Good take by Alcantara. That's been his Achilles heel since he's gotten to the big leagues. He can turn around the fastball as good as anybody, but it's been the off-speed pitch that's been an issue for him. He took a good off-speed pitch down and in to run this count to 3-2.
Two outs, nobody aboard. Payoff delivery. Misses down, ball 4. Alcantara keeps the inning alive for Wilson Contreras.
How good at bat by Alcantara, drawing the walk, and it's exactly what Joe Madden is looking for from Alcantara throughout this spring training, to see if there's been some advances made in his approach to hitting. We know he can handle a fastball, but can he hold off on the pitch, the off-speed pitch, down and in the dirt? Because he is a very talented defensive player. He runs the bases well. Good speed. That's just that last step that he's got to take to make himself a complete big league player.
Contreras looks at a strike. The Cubs minor league player of the year last year. He won the batting title in the Southern League. He hit .333 for Tennessee. MLB.com says he is the top catching prospect in the game. Throw to first, Alcantara back in safely.
Lenny, when you talk about a guy winning a batting title as a catcher, right away that is big news. Joe Mauer did it in the big leagues a few times, but you just don't hear of that. To do it in the Southern League, I've played a few years in the Southern League, and that is the hottest league it is just unbearable, the hot, humid weather.
Alcantara runs. Contreras checked his swing and fouled it away. And that ball scattered the Cubs coaching staff as John Maley and Eric Hinsky, the hitting coaches, have decided they're going to go sit in the dugout. And fortunately, everybody's all right.
I think Ski ended up getting one of them big paws up there blocking that one, but that'll be enough for them.
So Mike Borzello and Chris Bosio, the only two coaches still sitting on the folding chairs on the warning track outside the first base dugout. 0-2 on Contreras. Alcantara runs again. The pitch is low. No throw. Alcantara steals second.
Boy, great jump by Alcantara. He had a big jump and no throw to second base. He steals second base easily. That's another thing that Joe Madden loves to see, is his young base runners being aggressive.
Contreras, a very good athlete. I was talking with John Baker, who was back in the Cubs organization. Said we normally don't get those top 1% athletes to catch. Bouncing ball to second, charged by the new second baseman. That's Jamie Westbrook. He will scoop and throw to first to get Contreras. 2-out walk and a stolen base, but nothing on the big board for the Cubs here in the sixth inning. They trail the Diamondbacks 5-3 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Lors and Bernstein here. Afternoons 1 to 6. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The whole town's talking about the Webb boys. The Webb boys. The Webb boys. The whole town's talking about the Webb boys. And the Webb family promises why. The whole town's talking about the trade-ins, the service, the values. The whole town's talking about the Webb boys and the Webb family promises why. See your Webb family dealer today.
Hi, everybody. It's Pat Hughes broadcasting from Binny's Beverage Depot. What an amazing starting lineup. I'm looking out at over 6,000 wines from 30 countries, over 3,000 spirits, and over 2,500 beers. Wow, amazing. Plus, the all-star team at Binny's Beverage Depot are the most knowledgeable and friendly in the business. And the prices, they are the guaranteed lowest on every bottle, every day. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
It's a great time to update your kitchen with big savings at Menards. Stop by your local Menards to check out our huge selection of major kitchen appliances. They're all on sale. Add a stylish look to your kitchen with a new range hood from Brown. Get a 30-inch stainless steel finish for only $159. Hurry in for the best selection of major kitchen appliances. On sale this week at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Matt Spiegel and Jason Goff here, weekdays 9 to 1. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score, your new radio home of the Cubs.
Last of the sixth from a packed house here at Salt River Fields at Talking Stick. Diamondbacks lead the Cubs 5-3. Great to see former Cubs broadcaster, my partner for 8 seasons, Bob Brenly, here in the ballpark today, working television for the D-backs. We'll get JD in the booth here one of these days. He's down here preparing for our first telecast in about a week and a half.
Well, I could tell you and BB really never got along well. What a great guy he is, Bobby.
He's
Yeah.
Great to catch up with him. Here we go. Michael Jensen, a right-hander for the Cubs, and a swing and a foul. That is a catcher named, drum roll please, Mark Thomas now at the plate. Next offering is low and outside on a slider. Jason Goff and Matt Spiegel from our flagship station, 670 The Score, will be broadcasting from Mesa. Their mid-morning show each of the next 3 days. 2 balls and a strike on Thomas. Jensen's offering, swing and a miss. 2-2.
Boy, good slider there by Jensen. 89 miles an hour. He got on top of that slider. Had good downward tilt. Really had Thomas fooled.
From the stretch, 2-2. Chopper, foul to third. Diamondbacks lead this game 5-3. Another 2-2. Check swing, pop up, foul. Over the screen, out of play.
It always amazes me when a ball is hit at a fan, what they protect first. Themselves, their wife, the child, or in this case, their phone. So you get hit with the ball, but you protect your phone.
That's right.
Okay.
Those things are worth a lot. Full count, 3-2. Jensen and Contreras, the Cubs battery. 3-2 pitch inside. That's a leadoff walk. Thomas is aboard.
Well, Jensen threw a couple good sliders in that at bat to Thomas. And then it seemed like after the one we talked about where he made a great pitch, the slider going down and away, the next few, it looked like he just tried to overthrow him and ended up casting him out and ended up walking Thomas.
Jensen 6'1", 185. Has been in the Cubs system since being drafted in the 26th round, 2011. Now facing Evan Marzilli, playing center. In the dirt inside, Contreras to first. It's close, but Thomas just got back in safely. Contreras showing off that arm.
Contreras ends up picking this ball. It's a pitch down and in. And he ends up short hopping it on the backhand side and catches it. And just paused the slightest bit and then fired to first base and made a perfect throw. But there's that athletic ability you were talking about last inning, Len, with Contreras being able to move his feet and get his feet in position to make a throw to first base. Great play.
1-0 pitch. Below the knees, 2 balls, no strikes. Yeah, John Baker, former Cub, retiring as a player. He is a baseball operations assistant. And he has just marveled at the athleticism of Contreras. And he's working with one of the better catching instructors in the game in Mike Borzello. Strike called. Well, you've got Henry Blanco on the Cubs coaching staff. The catching infrastructure is very, very solid, along with the pitching infrastructure that you hear about quite often.
Boy, this is, for a catcher, for a young catcher, this is about as good as it's going to get in for any organization.
2-1. Bounce fair inside the bag at third. Late swing that time by Marzilli, and he's got himself a double. Thomas advances to third, and the Diamondbacks are in business. 2 in scoring position with nobody out.
Yeah, this is a fastball away, and it's up in the zone. And Marzilli just puts the barrel of the bat on the ball and just keeps it fair inside the chalk line going down the left field line. So a little unfortunate for Jensen and the Cubs that ball didn't go foul. Now the Cubs are in a little bit of a jam.
Jack Reinheimer will get his first plate appearance as Arizona tries to add to its 2-run lead. Here we go. Low and in. Contreras had to go down to get it.
See, and here's where a young catcher, right now would be a good time to go out to the mound. It looks like to me Jensen's just overthrowing the baseball a little bit. He's made some good pitches, but then's trying to make an even better pitch and just overthrowing. Just kind of I want him to get back locked in on his spot that he's trying to hit with that fastball or slider.
Has the sign, chest high with the hands as he's set, swinging a ground ball to third. Davis playing back, so he'll throw to first. A run scores. Also on the play, Marzilli advances from second to third. He took off after Davis fired to first. So it's now 6-3 Arizona on an RBI ground out by Reinheimer, and they have a man at third with one away, and the infield will come in this time.
Well, kind of an interesting play for Davis at third base. He ends up fielding this ground ball. Joe Madden had the infield back, so he's made that decision for the infielders. We're going to take the out. He looks at the plate because he might have had a play, but it would have been a tough play. Looks at the plate instead of looking the runner back at second. Throws to first and gets the out. But because of that, and actually good base running, Marzilli at second base ends up just holding his ground after his secondary lead, and it ends up easily making it to third. So actually just good base running by the Diamondbacks.
Ball one, meantime, on Carlos Rivero, the first baseman. Clark, Alcantara, Kawasaki, Davis, first to third on the infield. And they're all right at the edge of the grass. Waiting for a 1-0 pitch, and it's popped foul back toward our broadcast position. 1-1. Big seating bowl here. I mentioned the grass berms from the foul poles all the way just to the left and right of the batter's eye wall in center. They've got a second level behind the main grandstand here with probably 4 rows of seats, and then the broadcast level. Swing and a miss. 1 and 2 on this second level. We've got a great vantage point here. We can see the mountains off in the distance to the east and south. Beautiful setting for baseball. One ball and 2 strikes on Rivero. The pitch is high on a breaking ball. So if you look to the north, it's the McDowell Mountains, Red Mountain. To the east, beyond that, 4 peaks, the Superstition Mountains. And behind the ballpark, if you look a little west, Camelback Mountain. The pitch, outside. Full count, 3 and 2.
Now, you've done spring training in both, as I have, many different times. Which one do you like better?
I like the convenience. 15 teams, all within about 40 minutes here in the Phoenix metropolitan area. Got some long drives in Florida. And going back to the consistent weather I mentioned earlier, you can count on it a little bit more here. Fly ball, right field, twisting toward the line. It's fair. It hits the warning track, gets to the wall. Another run in for the Diamondbacks. Rivero stops at second with a run-scoring double. 7-3 now here in the 6th.
Well, back-to-back doubles for the Diamondbacks, and both of them right down the line. The one a hitter ago down the left field line, and this one by Rivero. And a little inside-out swing and a pitch up and away. Just fair inside the foul line. One hops into the wall, into the sidewall, about by a foot. So the Diamondbacks ending up with a 7-3 lead now, and both of those balls just barely staying fair, unfortunately for the Cubs.
And we'll bring up Phil Gosselin, still only one out. 2 runs in for the D-backs. Righty to righty, called strike 1. You had mentioned Vero Beach earlier. Dodger Town was a throwback, and while the amenities were anything but modern, you had benches, uncovered, no dugouts.
Right.
You had a very small grandstand area. But there was something really cool about it. And there's a breaking pitch that gets away from Jensen and is over the head of the hitter Gosselin. 1 ball, 1 strike. You had a golf course. You had a cafeteria there where you'd eat an hour before the game, and you would be sitting at a table next to Tommy Lasorda in full uniform.
Right.
That was a cool place.
The O'Malley family, the owners of the Dodgers, back when they built Dodger Town, they were way ahead of their time.
Line drive, left center field, and it's run down by Anthony Giansanti as he makes the catch for the out, 2 away.
Nice play by Giansanti going into left center to make that catch. But yeah, the O'Malley family, I was part of their organization as a minor leaguer when they owned the ball club, and they're just a great family of owners. Great family, great group. Dodger Town way ahead of its time. But then, as we were all talking earlier, Tom Candiotti, who was one of my old teammates with the Dodgers, is one of the broadcasters for the Diamondbacks. The no roof thing on them hot, humid days.
Ooh.
Oh, my.
1 strike on veteran outfielder Jason Bourgeois. He's now playing left. Diamondbacks lead this one 7-3. Jensen's pitch is fouled to the screen, 0-2.
Jensen's thrown a lot of pitches in this inning. And he's really made some good pitches down and away at times, but then he's just overthrown some balls and left them out. And they've been hit. He's been a little unfortunate. 2 doubles in the inning, both of them right down each line.
Here it comes. Outside. One and two. Long look by Jensen to get the sign from Contreras. He's going to set up shop toward the inside corner, and the pitch is in on the hands and bounced foul. Hooked to third. Now, Contreras looks very confident behind the plate, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. He looks great behind the plate. He's very athletic, as you've talked about. And the other thing, too, about him, in talking with John Maley and watching him in batting practice, he handles the barrel of the bat really well. So he can hit behind the runner. He can hit the ball out of the ballpark. He can do a lot of things with the barrel.
Chopper to third. Davis to his left. Throw to first in time. Inning finally over. The Diamondbacks have played it at least a run in 4 of the 6 innings to this point. So we go off to the 7th. Cubs need to get some things done with the bats, trailing 7-3 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Spiegel and Golf here, weekdays 9 to 1. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball
on Sports Radio 670, The Score.
In sports, competition brings out the best in everybody. It's the same with energy suppliers. You want competition and the competitive pricing that comes with it. Since deregulation, energy suppliers have competed to give you better pricing and better service. Agera Energy, an expert in the energy industry, is dedicated to helping homeowners and businesses of all sizes find the most reliable and affordable plans for their electricity and natural gas needs. Agera Energy local representatives will work with you to help you understand your energy choices and ensure you're receiving the best plan for your home or business. See what Agera Energy can do for you. Visit AgeraEnergy.com to sign up today. That's AGERA Energy.com. The Chicago area's choice for electricity and natural gas supply. Agera Energy. Energy to power your world. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Please visit Agera Energy's website at AgeraEnergy.com for additional information. Electric license 150330 and natural gas license 150342.
I'm a pair of designer shoes so expensive my owner had to give up half decaf skim vanilla lattes just to afford me. So you can imagine my terror when a pipe burst and the apartment started flooding. There I was, trapped in the closet, water rushing all around me. But what was I to do? I'm a 6-inch stiletto. It's not like I can run.
Your stuff can't protect itself. That's why the Geico Insurance Agency helps make it easy to switch and save on renter's insurance. Renter's insurance will cover personal property loss or damage as well as provide liability protection. Visit geico.com today.
Never strike out with Gold Coast Bank's high-yield money market account and fast local lending decisions. Visit goldcoastbank.net today. Again, that's goldcoastbank.net. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Seventh inning from Scottsdale, Arizona, Cactus League play. The Cubs trail the Diamondbacks 7-3. Right-hander Matt Stites is on for AZ. Then Vogelback will lead it off. It is Vogelback, not Bach. He has struck out both times so far. A couple of things I learned about Daniel yesterday. Stites works from the stretch, off the end of the bat, foul out of play. He says, I prepare for every game like a football player. He said, I'm high energy. Within 1 hour of the first pitch, I don't want to be bothered.
Really?
On the resemblance to Kyle Schwarber, as the 0-1 is bounced to the shortstop, shuffling to his right is Reinheimer, throwing the dirt, dug out by Rivero at first. One away. He said he thinks he actually is called Kyle more often than he's called by his real name, Daniel.
Well, if he gets to the big leagues, they will definitely anchor down the field pretty well. Because Daniel is a big lad. He is a big, strong guy. He gets ready like a football player. I think there are a lot of times the Bears wouldn't mind him being in a defensive end.
Now Taylor Davis. He's playing third. One out, seventh inning. And the pitch. Low and inside. Davis has very long blonde hair. You look at his batting stance and from behind with the long hair, even though it's not red, it looks just like Justin Turner of the Dodgers, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Very similar batting stance with the hands kind of out in front of his chest and a little low. Open stance, big leg kick, swing and a miss.
Yeah, standing straight up. Both feet kind of close together. A little bit of an open stance.
Stites working from the third base side of the rubber. Fires in on the hands, pops straight up in the air. Stites was under it, but he's called off by the first baseman, Brito, who makes the grab for the out. 2 down.
Ends up being a nice play by the first baseman coming in. That's his ball if he can get to it. But it was hit right out in front of home plate about a good 20 feet, kind of in that no man's land area. And the one thing you do not want to have happen if you can help it is have that pitcher catch that ball in the middle of the diamond.
The pitch on the way to John Andrioli. Called strike.
Andrioli is getting quite a bit of playing time here early in spring. He's in the ball game yesterday in right field. I think he played the day before also, didn't he?
Yeah, we've seen him a lot late in ball games. Another one pops the mitt in the zone at 91. 2 strikes on Andreoli. Well, the Cubs will have great depth at the big league level and at the minor league level as well. Andreoli swings and misses for strike 3. That'll take us to the 7th inning stretch from Scottsdale, where the Diamondbacks lead the Cubs 7-3 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on 670 The Score.
Company. Why is it that when Monday mornings come,
the word company takes on a whole new meaning?
You say company and you can't help but go right to emails,
conference calls,
deadlines.
It's hard not to, yet so easy to overlook that company can mean so much more.
Like it does outside of work.
With family, friends.
Monday through Friday, and for those who work weekends, the people around you are company.
They're the ones who inspire you, understand you,
listen to you.
They make the mornings palatable.
The commute forgettable.
They have an office with a view,
but would rather spend more time in yours.
And when you have to leave your family so many days a week,
they make it a little easier.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois knows that when it doesn't feel like work, that's a healthy place to be. That's the right company to be in. And at Blue Cross, our job has always been to help you feel better about your job through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Ready to start growing your business? Start dreaming. Start planning. Start banking with Old Second Bank, a full-service, locally owned commercial bank that helps businesses grow from a dream to successful reality. We'll talk about your needs and then customize your banking solutions. Contact an Old Second commercial banker at oldsecond.com or call 877-866-0202. Start banking on a relationship that can help you grow into your goals. Old Second Bank, member FDIC.
Matt Spiegel and Jason Goff here, weekdays 9 to 1. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score, your new radio home of the Cubs.
Bottom of the 7th. Diamondbacks have a 7-3 lead over the Cubs. Miguel Mejia, a righty, is in for Chicago.
Mejia, big right-hander, hard-throwing right-hander. Kind of a unique windup when he comes to the stretch. He has that little pause with that front leg as it comes up to that set position. Kind of that balance point, and then he lets rip with a good mid-90s fastball.
So a pretty typical spring game in terms of the rosters. Warren, Patton, Brothers, Greenwood, Batista, Barnes, Jensen, and now Mejia. Corbin, Delgado, Wright, Hessler, Burgos, Stites. All ready for the Diamondbacks. Well, Mejia just started to take his warm-up tosses. He's saying God bless America before the 7th inning stretch. So a very slight delay. Again, we will be back with you on the radio next Saturday as the Cubs host the Chicago White Sox in Mesa. We'll be in Mesa, but at a different ballpark, Hohokam Stadium. A week from today as the Cubs play the Oakland Athletics. Cubs will take on the American League West and have their home-and-home with the White Sox during the regular season here in 2016. So we're ready to go. Gabriel Guerrero swings and fouls to start the bottom of the 7th. We just got the attendance today, 13,151. I don't think they can put many more fans in this ballpark, Ron. Outside, 1-1.
You really don't think so. I mean, the grass berm at the beginning of the game, you could hardly see green in left and right field. I know there wasn't a seat available here at Salt River Fields. It's a great crowd.
2 bouncer to short. Kawasaki gets rid of it quickly. Throws to first. 1 out.
Boy, it is something. Just the following that the Chicago Cubs have had here in this valley and here last few years. Place after place where we play, we just sell out night after night. It's just been incredible. You know, it was 10 o'clock this morning when I pulled into the stadium, and the parking lot just out left field here at Salt River Fields, full of Cub fans.
Swing and a foul by Jamie Westbrook. Now playing second. Well, reportedly, Chase Utley will not be suspended for that hard slide in the playoffs that injured Ruben Tejada and helped spur the new sliding rule at second base. Fly ball shallow right, late break by Andrioli, and the ball will drop for a base hit in front of him. Bloop single. And the Diamondbacks have a 1-out base runner.
Andrioli kind of broke back on that ball. Took one step back, then came in hard, but ball hit off the fifth and just bloops in for the 9th hit of the ball game for Arizona.
So Utley was looking at a 2-game suspension to start the season for the Dodgers. But apparently, according to the report by the Associated Press, Major League Baseball and the union had agreed to rescind that punishment. Swing and a miss by Borenstein, the DH.
Well, and there was really it was a terrible play, a very hard play. And obviously the outcome was, you know, when you break someone's leg and all those bad things that happen in that play was, you know, tough to watch, actually.
Outside on a fastball from Mejia, and it's 1-1.
But quite literally, as a player, if you really go by the letter of the law, there wasn't a rule broke on that slide. Now, was it, you know, and I don't think Chase Utley is a dirty player and tried to do anything to hurt anybody. But it was a very late slide, slid over the bag and past the bag. You're playing playoff baseball. You're trying to break up a double play at any cost. Did that take it too far? Probably. Just yes. That's probably the right answer. But having Joe Torre as part of the group of making rules and maybe changing rules, I think the rule change
was
is
enough.
Probably a right one and the right call, all told, like you're saying.
Outside. 2-1 on Borenstein. I'm sure the union said, look, you changed the rule, so let's just kind of wipe the slate clean and start over.
Yep.
Makes sense. Wasn't like it was a 10-game suspension anyway.
Right.
It was only 2. Throw to first, runner back.
But I remember the Coughlin slide, too. You know, to take out Gong at second base, and it was just, you know, Chris did everything in the rules to break up the double play. You know, obviously you don't want to see a guy get hurt in a play like that, but it happens.
2-1 is hit foul, out of play. Chris Coughlin is now an Oakland A. He was traded just before the Cubs officially re-signed Dexter Fowler. 7-3 Arizona in the 7th. Cubs led briefly early in the game 3-2 on a Fowler home run. Kick, the pitch, and a foul. Still 2-2. Well, you got a few days off before our next radio broadcast. I know you'll be heading over to camp in the morning to catch the updates, but are you going to climb any mountains, play a little golf? Enjoy the weather?
Yes and yes. I will do a little hiking. This is one of the best hiking places there are in our country. And they've told me there's a few golf courses around here, Len.
Just a few.
Uh-huh.
Another 2-2, swing and a miss. Looked like a good changeup or splitter from Mejia. And he strikes out Bornstein.
Had a chance last week to play the Phoenician golf course, place where we stayed last few years. So we were out there with some friends, a beautiful golf course. So I've played a couple rounds of golf, mixed in with a little, headed to the park every day. But we'll be at the ballpark every day and come by and see you guys while you're streaming the games until next Saturday's broadcast on The Score.
2 outs, it's Mark Thomas, a catcher, and a breaking ball is over.
I just love going to the ballpark, too. You can always play your golf and you have your fun here because it's such a great area. But the atmosphere around the park in spring training is unlike any other sport, any other thing you can do. I just really enjoy being at the ballpark.
Low on a breaker, 1-1.
And now you've been with the Cubs for a long time. Have you ever seen an atmosphere around a team or any team like it is this year?
No, not at all. And that pressure that seemingly exists because of all the prognostications has been embraced, fouled back. You don't get any sense of, oh, man, we better do this or ... It's a very loose and relaxed environment, which is exactly the tone Joe Madden wanted to set. Unlike our broadcast booth every day, because I get a sheet of all the mistakes I made from my partner once we get off the air. I'll try to be better tomorrow, I promise. Ground ball to third. Davis throws to first. And that's it for the Diamondbacks here in the 7th inning. It's getting late. We go to the 8th. It's 7-3 Diamondbacks on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Molly and Hanley here mornings 5 till 9.
You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball
on 670 The Score.
Granite Peak has made abundant snow this winter with several feet of snow on the entire mountain. Enjoy spring skiing through April 10th. Celebrate your family's spring vacation and take advantage of great lift and lodging specials. Ski and stay midweek, Sunday through Thursday, 2 for the price of 1. And ski and stay Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 3 for the price of 2. Beginning March 28th, children age 12 and under ski free with the purchase of an adult child combo ticket and receive free rental equipment and free lessons for the entire family. Celebrate your spring break at Granite Peak. Visit skigranitepeak.com.
We are with the one and only Ryan Kelly. He is the home loan expert, and I know lots of people that have asked this question. I think I have asked this question in the past for myself. How can he help people in Chicagoland pay off credit cards?
Credit cards are evil. They're a trap, and credit card companies spend billions of dollars trying to find ways to keep you further in debt. And I'll tell you, if you're a homeowner with home values going up and rates low, there's never been a better time to do a cash-out refinance.
How do we get a hold of you?
Apply online at thehomeloanexpert.com. Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee.
We owe so much to our heroes in uniform, but when they come home, what awaits them? We union plumbers, fitters, welders, and service technicians offer training and a career. Our VIP program, Veterans in Piping, provides opportunity for a future of rewarding work. End users and contractors, please partner with us in putting these dedicated, highly trained veterans back to work. Everyone wins. Learn more at UA.org.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score, your new radio home of the Chicago Cubs.
Cubs batting in the 8th inning. They trail this ball game 7-3. Veteran right-hander Sam LeCure has faced the Cubs quite a bit in his career as a former Cincinnati Red. Will pitch for his new ball club, the Diamondbacks, here in the 8th.
Well, it's been one of them ball games. Yesterday we had a very well-played game, crisp game. A lot of plays made, a lot of strikes thrown. Today things been a little bit different. This is much more like an early spring training game, though. There's been some mistakes. There's been some base running things happen, some guys out of position a little bit. A lot of balls flying around the field. 7-3, Cubs are down, and it's just been one of them ball games.
Matt Clark, the Cubs' first baseman, will lead it off. Righty to lefty, LeCure to Clark, low and wide. Few fans have left. Over 13,000 packed inside this ballpark today. 1-0, foul back to the screen.
So now you asked me about this week. I get a few days off, other than being at the ballpark every day. What about you? Like to hike? This got to be a great hiking area for you, right?
Yeah, it's outstanding. Pestua Peak and Camelback Mountain are two really good ones. Usually try to get a run in after the ball game. Talking about golf, what's your handicap?
Golf.
Swinging a pop fly down the left field line. Foul ground and caught by Gosselin, the third baseman. 3 defenders in the area.
A nice play by Gosselin as he has to go a long way to catch this ball as it's hit down the left field line. And then with the spin of the baseball kind of going back towards the field of play and into fair territory, but after a long run, a nice catch. Now, at this time of year, all of us people living in the north, we haven't played much golf, so when your TV partner and I go out, he's going to have to give me a few strokes here this week. We'll work on that a little bit.
Here's a pitch. Anthony Giansanti with a rainbow down the right field line. It's going to slice out of play, foul. Here's a good quote for you on spring training from Joe Madden. Carrie Muscat had this in one of her Cubs.com stories. Quote, "It's not about BP and throwing sides. These guys are good baseball players. They're very good. The most important thing for me is to get them to start thinking properly. The other stuff will take care of itself. With good health and repetition, the guys will play well this year. The only threat to us is how we're thinking. I want us to think well." That's Joe Madden. Swing and a tapper foul. 2 strikes on Giansanti.
And that quote doesn't surprise you, does it?
Not at all. He is of the less is more philosophy when it comes to batting practice and the like. He also said this is going to be a no complaint zone because everybody showed up 3 weeks early. He said spring training is long enough as it is. Strike 3 called. Giansanti heads back to the dugout, empty-handed, 2 down.
Well, you can understand that, but to me, there's a couple things that come into play when you talk about guys coming early. One, Sloan Park, there is absolutely nothing as an athlete that you would ever want and as a baseball player that you'd ever want or need that they don't supply. I mean, it is an absolutely phenomenal facility. Training facilities, workouts, the weight room, the fields, the playing surfaces, the Cubs organization giving everybody the coaching and people out there to work and everything you would need. So I can understand why guys would want to come here early and get started. And then when you start talking about wanting to just get the season started because of the expectations and the season going, you can see why guys would want to come down early.
Absolutely. 2 quick strikes on Kawasaki. Well, opening night will be here before you know it on April the 4th from Anaheim, California. 0-2 from LeCure. Curveball low. I don't know about you, but the rhythms of the baseball season, spring training tends to move a little bit more slowly than the regular season. If you have a winning ball club, April and May just fly by.
Right.
The whole season tends to fly by when you're having a good year. And you ride that wave as long as you can. 1-2 pitch popped up on the infield, left side. And it's the third baseman Gosselin again to make the catch. The Cubs have one hit since the Fowler home run in the third inning. So we will move to the bottom of the eighth. It's still the Diamondbacks 7 and the Cubs 3 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Boers and Bernstein here. Afternoons 1 to 6. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey everyone, this is Chris Hardwick. I spend a lot of time on the internet. It's sort of my job. And I have a question for you. Is your internet fast or just fast enough? Well, unless you have Xfinity Internet, it's neither. If you do have Xfinity Internet, high five! But if you're still driving in the internet slow lane, then maybe it's time you took the Xfinity X1 Challenge. You see, Xfinity delivers speeds up to 12 times faster than AT&T Uverse. So that means you can download your favorite movies, shows, songs, books, pictures, just about anything you use the internet for, any time of day, even when everyone is online. But don't take my word for it. See for yourself. Take the Xfinity X1 Challenge and see how Xfinity stacks up against the competition.
See how your service stacks up at Xfinity.com/challenge. Or now until March 20th, new customers can get started with a special offer on Xfinity Internet and get speeds up to 10 megabits per second for just $14.99 a month for a year. Call 1-800-XFINITY or go online today. Requires a moment to equal paperless billing and autopay. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Based on Xfinity bundle with 75 megabits per second and AT&T Uverse bundle with 6 megabits per second.
Replace your outdated faucet with a new one from Menards. It's the perfect time to shop because this week all Delta kitchen faucets are on sale. Get the stainless steel finished Griffin High Arc kitchen faucet that comes with a matching side sprayer, or pick up the chrome finished Pixa that has a pull-out faucet. Both have a lifetime limited warranty and are your choice for only $99 each. Find these and other great deals this week at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Never strike out with Gold Coast Bank's high-yield money market account and fast local lending decisions. Visit goldcoastbank.net today. Again, that's goldcoastbank.net. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Len and Ron with you on a glorious Sunday afternoon here in Scottsdale, Arizona. 7-3 Diamondbacks. We're in the bottom of the eighth now. C.J. Riefenhauser, left-handed reliever, on to work for the Cubs. Evan Marzilli will lead it off. Riefenhauser, 6 feet 195, New York native, 20th round pick of the Tampa Bay Rays in 2010. Pitched briefly for Joe Madden 2 years ago, 7 appearances with the Rays, 17 last year, all in relief. Cubs got him on waivers from the Orioles less than a month ago. Swing and a foul out of play by Marzilli.
Riefenhausen, one of those guys that gives you a little three-quarter delivery from the left side. So he's going to have that good sinker slider motion, but should have good movement on his fastball. And he throws across his body, stepping at the hitter in that left-handed box.
Breaking ball is away. 1-1. One of Riefenhauser's minor league stops. The Montgomery Biscuits, one of the best nicknames in all of sports. The Biscuits. Here it comes on the outside corner. 1-2.
Trying to think if all the years I played in the minor leagues, if I had any. I was a Canadian.
Okay.
I was a Baron. I was a Star. I was a Muskie.
Were you in Madison?
I was in Madison.
Pitch is low and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Half the season of 1989 after knee surgery.
Okay.
Played for the Madison Muskies. Let's go Fish. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember them being a part of the Midwest League for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Kick, 2-2, strike 3, looking. 1 out.
Good fastball right at the top of the zone, two-seamer. It had a lot of movement for that strikeout. I'm trying to think if there were any other good names. That was right when I was in the middle of my minor league career is when they started changing the names from the A's, the Cubs, that to having their own identity.
And the crazier the better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Try to get those internet clicks.
Yep.
Strike called on Reinheimer. Riefenhauser to Reinheimer. CJ, I mentioned, was with the Rays. He was traded in November to Seattle. Less than a month later, Seattle dealt him to Baltimore for a former Cub, Steve Clevenger. He and Mark Trumbo went to the Orioles, and then the Cubs got him on waivers from Baltimore, outside for a ball. What is that like for a player? Even though all of it happened over the winter, he goes from the Rays to the Mariners to the Orioles to the Cubs, all in one off season. Now, those are paper moves, but not for the player.
Right.
That's a big deal, right?
It's a huge deal. I mean, you're traded or you're sent one place, and then you start looking for housing and spring training and who they got.
Swinging a fly ball out into very deep left center. Back toward the wall. It's gone on the berm. A home run. Jack Reinheimer with a home run to make it 8-3.
Well, Reinheimer, he gets a fastball. They want this pitch down and away. It ends up in the middle of the plate, about mid-thigh, and he hits it left center field. That ball 415 feet from home plate, well struck. And now it's an 8-3 ball game here in Scottsdale.
Second home run of the day. Dexter Fowler went deep for the Cubs back in the third inning. I'm saying 422 the estimated distance. He gave it a ride. Ball one on Rivero, the first baseman.
What you were asking, it's a very different situation for a player that gets bounced around, traded, or picked up on waivers multiple times. So literally, he was a part of 4 organizations before he ever came to spring training.
1-0 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball. Shallow left center. Who wants it? Almora, the center fielder. Out number 2 here in the Arizona 8th.
I would say unsettling is probably the best word for it. Especially if you have a family and you start thinking about housing and where you're going to go and what you're doing.
Well, how about this? You go from the Rays, so you're training in Florida, to the Mariners. You think, all right, I'm heading to Arizona. Then to Baltimore. Well, I guess I'm heading back to Florida. Then the Cubs claim you. Well, I better get a place in Mesa. Gosselin, the third baseman, takes a strike. And I know some people listening may say, hey, you're a baseball player. That's part of the deal. Well, you're right. But in some cases, guys have young families.
Yep.
Ground ball through the hole and in the left for a base hit.
You're still human. All those things that go on and family issues and kids and things like that, it still doesn't, it is part of the gig. There is no doubt. We've all signed up for it, but it still makes it difficult at times. Nobody would give back your profession doing this job.
Correct. Yep. Jason Bourgeois with a man on, 2 down. Bounced left side, knocked down. It's short by Kawasaki, but that's all he can do is to keep that ball out of left field. It's a single for Bourgeois. Back-to-back 2-out hits.
Well, here in the Valley, the infields, when the day starts getting long like it has today, if you hit a ground ball into the ground, into that dirt in front of home plate, it gets hard. And the ball just caroms through the infield. It just makes it tough. Unless the ball's hit at an infielder, there's a lot of base hits on the ground here in Arizona. And we've seen that here this inning.
Gabby Guerrero 2 on. Ball 1.
Kawasaki's one of the new Cubs that I've really enjoyed watching. Kind of run around, stretching, and doing all of his, high-energy guy. He's a fun guy to have on a ball club.
He's got a lot of flair. The pitch swung on, and he missed it.
I was watching one thing he did his last at-bat, a nondescript at-bat. But this tells you what a guy is like. Now, he's had some substantial big league time. He popped that ball up to third base. But by the time the ball came down, he was standing on second base.
Now, you'd love to see that.
Yep.
Fly ball right field. Over is Andrioli, but he will not have room. It lands in the Cubs bullpen.
Not everybody in Major League Baseball has superstar ability. But, boy, it takes no talent at all to hustle and play the game the right way. And I just watched Kawasaki because he hit a fly ball right in the infield, routine out. But he flew around first and got to second base standing on the bag when the ball was caught. And I watched Joe Madden then because there's little things that mean something to a manager, and I think that's one of them.
No doubt. Riefenhauser's 1-2. Guerrero hits a bouncer right to the aforementioned Kawasaki. He gloves, throws to the bag at second. Alcantara's there. They force Bourgeois, and they put a close to the 8th inning. Jack Reinheimer with a home run. That extends the Diamondbacks' lead. Here comes the 9th. It's Arizona 8 and the Cubs 3 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Spiegel and golf here weekdays 9 to 1.
You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball
on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You've got a lot of things to worry about. You never know when something may occur where you need your health insurance.
You may not know Jerry Becker, but chances are you know a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member like him.
I'm a prime example, having sustained an injury while I was traveling in Asia. I had to come back, get surgery. It was a significant amount of money. And then I remember when I got this big envelope from Blue Cross, 33 pages of services, and then I looked at the bottom, and it was amazing that these expenses that I incurred were taken care of. I mean, that's the reason that you have insurance to begin with, frankly. It's for times like this. When it came to crunch time, Blue Cross was there. The biggest value is that they do what they say they're going to do. That's peace of mind through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
You know, moving is never fun, especially during baseball season. But OD Household Services makes it cheaper and easier. OD drops off a trailer that you load yourself. Then OD delivers it to your new address when you want it. You only pay for the space you use, and OD does all of the driving. Schedule your easy and affordable home move now at odmove.com/Cubs. That's odmove.com/Cubs. OD Household Services, official partner of the Chicago Cubs.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on Sports Radio 670 The Score, your new radio home of the Chicago Cubs.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. 10 for station ID on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. This is your new radio home for Cubs baseball. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, WSCR and HD Chicago, WJMK HD2 Chicago.
Right-hander Cody Hall is on a non-save spot with an 8-3 lead in the ninth. First pitch strike to Albert Almora. 12 hits for the Diamondbacks. The Cubs have 4. Cubs have committed 2 errors. The Diamondbacks 1. D-backs lead 8-3. Tall right-hander Cody Hall to the plate. Almora laces one to the gap in right center. Should be at least 2 as he heads towards second. And he's going to stop there with a leadoff double.
Well, nice at-bat to start out this top of the ninth inning by Almora as he goes the other way. Gets a high fastball, and that's the one thing they've been working on with him. He handles the ball inside so well that if he can use the whole field, he's going to be a very tough out. And that was a good piece of hitting.
Now, Arizmendi Alcantara walked and stole a base in the 6th. Cubs need base runners, trailing by a bunch. Hall's first pitch. Fastball is outside.
I know this spring John Maley has tried to work in more of a leg kick for Almora. I know we talked about that a little bit yesterday. With that, it's going to give him a lot more pop in his bat. He's going to drive the ball better. Probably move his contact point out in front of him just a little bit more.
The pitch is lifted to left. Bourgeois has a beat on it. Almora goes halfway to third, now has to retreat as Bourgeois squeezes for out number 1.
Cub fans, on Monday, April 11th, Cubs will take on the Reds in their home opener at 7:05. First 30,000 fans in attendance will receive the official Cubs magnet schedule presented by Giordano's. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Hall acquired by the Diamondbacks from the Giants in January. He made his big league debut with San Francisco last year. He faces Wilson Contreras. Almora at second with 1 out. The pitch, swing and a bouncer, foul. I noticed the second baseman, Westbrook, is kind of jockeying for position. Normally you wouldn't see that, Ron, in a 5-run ball game. Is that just a young player trying to quote, play the game?
Yeah, he's just, What you really want to do is you don't want to give up your ground, and I think the bench of the Diamondbacks just said something to him.
Hey,
like,
kid, don't worry about it.
You stand over there and cover more ground. We're not worried about him right now. We just need outs.
1 strike. Here it is to Contreras, and that backs him off the plate. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and you understand we're young kids. They're all excited. They come to the big leagues for the first time maybe, and playing in front of their big league manager. And, this Diamondback staff is a big league laden staff. A lot of service time on that bench. Guys get excited.
The pitch, low in the dirt. 2-1. Our on-site engineer, the great Walt Ellis. Rick Camp, our in-studio engineer. 8-3 Diamondbacks, 9th inning. Two and one on Contreras. Strike on a fastball.
Contreras a little upset with himself after taking that 2-1 fastball. Outer third, he usually does a pretty good job of handling that pitch in that spot, that outer third. He can use the whole field as good as anybody for a young hitter. He's going to have to do a little protection here, see if he gets a slider away and tries to shoot one the other way.
Contreras now adjusting his batting gloves. Deep breath. One practice swing. Now he's set. So is Hall, the pitcher. And the 2-2 high.
Hall taking a lot of time on the mound. I know Contreras stepped out a little bit after that 2-1 pitch, but Hall, one of those guys that really takes a lot of time in between pitches.
Decision pitch on a 3-2. Breaking ball just missed inside. Contreras walks. And the Cubs have a couple of base runners for Cale Brockmeyer.
Good at bat for Contreras, as we said. He took the 2-1 pitch and really a little upset with himself, wanting probably to think he'd like to get that pitch back and put a swing on it, but ends up taking a couple pitches and getting on base. Showing some good patience at the plate.
Cale Brockmeyer, tall catcher. Can play first base as well. 6'5", 235. And he goes after the first pitch and hoists a high fly to right center. It is caught by Marzilli. Almora will tag. He'll head to third, and the Cubs are down to their final out. First and third, 2 down.
Boy, Brockmeyer just misses this. The fastball inside. It just beats him in just enough to keep that ball in the ballpark. He hit that ball to the track in right center field.
It will be up to Taylor Davis. (8-3) Arizona here in the ninth. Davis can catch, play first. He's been at third today. It would be quite a story if Davis can get to the big leagues. He was a 49th round pick. Runner goes from first, not being held on. Contreras without a throw, and that'll be defensive indifference as Davis takes a strike. The Marlins took Davis in the 49th round of the 2008 draft out of Jupiter, Florida. Check that. He went to Morehead State University, grew up in Jupiter. Career .285 hitter in the minors.
Don't you like hearing those stories, though?
Absolutely.
He's here in big league camp, got a chance. They're working hard, being a late round draft pick.
The 0-1. Fly ball center field. This should do it. Marzilli makes the catch, and that's the ball game as the Diamondbacks beat the Cubs today. The final score, Arizona 8 and the Cubs 3. We'll have more from Scottsdale in a moment on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
Lawrence Holmes here, nights 6 to 10. You're listening to Cubs Spring Training Baseball on 670 The Score.
Binny's Beverage Depot is now open in Mokina. Check out Binny's award-winning selection of wine, spirits, and beer, along with the guaranteed lowest prices on every bottle every day. Visit the new Binny's Beverage Depot in Mokina. Seeing is believing. Madison Square Garden will be home to some of the biggest names and best teams in college basketball as they battle for a ticket to the Big Dance. The Big East Tournament begins Wednesday, and the only place you can see it is on FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Truck drivers, Schneider is raising regional tanker driver pay in Chicago by up to 11 cents per mile. Now earn up to $72,000 per year. Again, Schneider, the industry leader since 1935, is raising regional tanker driver pay in Chicago. Plus, weekly home time, great benefits, and industry-leading paid tanker training. For a limited time, get a sign-on bonus up to $7,500 in addition to the pay increase. Apply to get your tanker driver pay increase and bonus today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
What if only one store in Chicago sold apples? Those would be some pretty expensive apples, right? Well, it's the same thing with energy providers. You want competition and the competitive pricing that comes with it. Agera Energy, an expert in the energy industry, helps businesses find the most competitive rates for their energy needs. Visit AgeraEnergy.com and sign up today. That's AGERA Energy.com. Energy to power your world. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Please visit Agera Energy's website at AgeraEnergy.com for additional information. Electric license 150330 and natural gas license 150342. Is your insurance agent limited by the options of one provider? Trusted Choice independent insurance agents are free to do what's right for you. Find yours at TrustedChoice.com. It's never too early for college football. Make plans to join Coach Fitz and the Cats this fall. Season tickets for Chicago's Big Ten team now available at NUSports.com.
Find the best American-made products on sale this week with Menards Made in the USA sale. Create the perfect outdoor living space with a wide range of landscaping and building materials. You'll spend more time enjoying your deck and less time maintaining it with Ultra Deck. Rustic, low-maintenance composite decking gives you the look of real wood without the upkeep. It installs easily with hidden fasteners and is on sale now for $179 a linear foot.
Save big money at Menards.
Diamondbacks beat the Cubs today, 8-3 the final score. So the Cubs have dropped to 1-3 so far in the spring. Wesley Wright, the winning pitcher. Rex Brothers takes the loss for the Cubs. In terms of Cub highlights today, Ron Coomer, Not the cleanest game for the Cubs defensively. They did commit a couple of errors. You had a wild pitch inning, I should say, for brothers. Frank Batista had to leave the game due to an unspecified leg injury. So that's the bad news. Adam Warren made his Cub debut here today, gave up a couple in the first, but I guess the big highlight is Dexter Fowler went deep. Good to see him back in a Cub uniform.
Yeah, it really is. And, a couple good defensive plays. Hayward, but Fowler hit the ball right on a button twice. And when you start looking at this ball club and you see Hayward and Fowler covering ground on that side of the diamond in the outfield, you know it's going to be pretty good come April with them two guys. And for Dexter to swing the bat like he's capable today is a lot of fun to watch. Patterson early in the game, he threw the ball pretty well. So that was good. Other than that, it was a rough ball game. Just one of them games.
We'll see the Diamondbacks one more time here in the spring on March the 17th in Mesa. And then again, a 4-game series, the second series of the season. I would imagine the Cubs will face Zach Greinke at one point. Two teams that are kind of in that win window now. And I like what the Diamondbacks have done. Yes, they gave up a lot for Shelby Miller. But if their starting rotation is good, they've got Brad Ziegler, Tyler Clippard at the back end of their bullpen. That could be a question just because, those guys don't throw that hard. But they have the defense. They scored a lot of runs last year. I think this is a team to look for in the National League West.
Yeah, and they're going to play an aggressive style of baseball, too, with Chip Hale and that staff that they've put together with a lot of ex-big league players. This is going to be a fun team to watch this season. They play the game the right way. So they'll definitely be one of them teams we'll be watching all year.
We'll wrap things up in a moment and preview tomorrow's Cubs Split Squad Day on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.